Thank you for joining the Syndicate Network and your host, Skywalker the Jedi. Skywalker the Jedi.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? It's your boy Skywalker back at y'all with another one. Man, y'all could be anywhere else in the world right now, but you're here with me rocking out, and I appreciate that. Shout out to everybody catching this that's in the live chat and everybody that's on the replay crew as well. Much love to all you guys. Y'all could be anywhere else in the world right now, but you're here with me. And we appreciate that. For sure. Yeah, much love to everybody. Hold on, let's take a look at who's in the live chat already. We got Alan Bilk in the building. Alan Bilk said I actually did just see it and really enjoyed it. Hey, we about to talk about it. Alan Bilk, much love. And for anybody that's going to be able to sit through the bulk of the conversation, we will have an open mic later to allow people the opportunity to come up and give their thoughts on the film as well. Can't wait to get to that. We got Nessa Noel in the building. She said she saw it this morning and can't wait for us to talk about it. I'm so glad we could be here having this conversation for you today. Nessa, hopefully you enjoy the discourse. I know I am. We should have some special guests coming through here tonight. It should be a really fun talk, and I'm looking forward to it. You know, this is one of those ones I might be here for a little while, so I'm gonna settle in. We got DC Talk in the building. Much love, bro. We got Joe Buck in the building. Much love. We got Smacky in the house. Much love, Smacky. We got a Diva in the building. Much love, Diva. We got Jared Gamer Freak saying Snyder Bros chose not to watch Supergirl or Flop Girl rather. Flop Girl bombs. Snyder Bros chose to watch the Odyssey. Odyssey succeeds. The real general audience is spoken. Well, we're going to get to that real quick. We're going to get to that in a second. I promise you. Much love, everybody. I think I got everybody in here. The chat jumping on me. Yeah. And DC Talk says he hasn't seen it, but he don't really care for spoilers. Hey, all good. It is a 3,000-year-old story. Or something like that. You know what I mean? It's a pretty old story, you know what I mean? It's a pretty old story. So yeah, much love to everybody that's already in the chat. Right. Shout out to all y'all. Y'all the real MVPs. Make sure you guys smash that like, share, and subscribe. Man, I got all kind of stuff coming, man. I got a behind the scenes video on Comic-Con. We'll probably do like a behind the scenes stream on Comic-Con on the Hall H, because that was crazy. Let me know if y'all want to hear about Hall H. And I got footage from inside of Hall H that ain't nobody else seen yet, There's that. Just some exclusive stuff that I shot, It wasn't no see, I couldn't get off the whole recording the videos, man. It was too many people, and I was at a spot where they was watching, man. They was on your boy. And after last year, I was like, hey, I ain't trying to have nothing happen. The last thing I need is to get kicked out of Comic-Con. Oh my God. Could you imagine the horror? Could you imagine if I got kicked out of Comic-Con? Wild. Anyway, yeah, I got the Hall H stuff coming. Yeah, we got a Zack Snyder hour coming. I got to talk about this Paramount merger getting. Never mind. Right? It's like it's all types of stuff to discuss. Right? But yeah, hey, y'all be sure to smash that like, share, and subscribe. We've been getting a lot more subs over here. Hopefully, we can keep you guys entertained. We be covering all this pop culture entertainment stuff going on, and we have dope conversations, and we try to be entertaining while giving you guys good information at the same time. I don't like lying to you guys. I actually kind of despise that. If y'all didn't know, we are the creators the originators, the push, all that stuff, man. Hashtag sales the SJL to Netflix, man. Y'all already know, man. You know, being positive, not mixing the hashtags, and just talking to the people over at Netflix. Y'all already know about the YouTube pages, the X accounts, the Instagram accounts, and if you want to sponsor a stream like Nessa Noel did, whenever you guys give super chats, super thanks, gifted memberships, super stickers, anything of that sort, whoever donates the most will sponsor a following stream and have their name scrolling across the bottom like Nessa Noel does for this one, right? We gonna get there, right? Yeah. YOLO says, I'm gonna have to see it in IMAX. I enjoy the film. Hey, that's what's up, right? Yeah. Shout out to YOLO. Alan Bell said Christopher Nolan is a Snyder bro. They are literally bros. Yeah. Yeah. Smacky said, oh, we want to see and hear about Hall 8s and the behind the behinds. Yeah, I just shot some stuff from inside Hall 8s, the stuff with the fans and all that stuff, you know. Yeah. Somebody said, wait, Joe Buck said, I heard they didn't let people in with meta glasses at all. Oh, at a Hall 8s. I'm sure they didn't. Sure they didn't. Frank, he said, Scott, how is Guns DC panel? Wasn't no DC panel, bro. They had a Lanterns panel, but I wasn't there for that one. And I heard that what's his name? Guy Gardner didn't know and Nathan Fillion didn't know the Green Lantern's oath. Crazy. We are gonna be talking about that because I did hear that Gunn got booed on stage. And apparently Amelia Alcock did too. For sure. For sure. Right. Shout out to Nessa Noel with the 10 jewels, aka the gold coin. Much love, Nessa. We appreciate you. Go ahead and give you this drop real quick.
Good evening. We, the unwilling, led by the unknowing, are doing the impossible for the ungrateful. We have done so much for so long with so little. We are now qualified to do anything with nothing.
Yeah. No, I recorded too, Joe Buck. I was talking about recording the actual footage. If you would subscribe, you would see that I posted the Marvel panel on my channel, right? Hey, shout out to the Curly Ray, aka Rebel Moon Theory. Much love, Brody. We appreciate you being here. Thank you for rocking out, bro. Yeah, all right, but let's go ahead. Let's get going with the stream. First of all, after thanking everybody for being here, I do want to kind of report on this because there have been a lot of talk, man. A lot of talk, right? There was a lot of talk about how this movie was gonna fail, right? How it was gonna, underperform. It was gonna flop. Hey, shout out to the Watchtower, aka Jeffrey Warfield. Much love, bro. He said, "Hey guys, this was Nolan's best movie in my eyes." Hey, we do got a poll in the chat. Matter of fact, let me check the results so far. We got 13 votes. The question is, after seeing the Odyssey, where does it rank among Christopher Nolan's best films? We have 0% saying overrated, 15% saying his best film, 54% saying top 3, and 31% saying great but not top 3. Right? Yeah. You guys be sure to put your vote in the chat, right? I'll let you guys know where this ranks in my ranking later in the stream. Y'all got to stick around for that. But yeah, there was a lot of talk about how this movie was going to underperform, right? People were saying that the ticket sales were fake. Like, I'm not going to pretend like these things didn't happen, right? We're not going to pretend like people weren't saying that this film had fake ticket sales. Y'all was running with Reddit articles where y'all was like, oh my God, you know, bro, like, yo, I've seen this movie twice. I've seen this movie 2 times. 2 Sundays, mind you, back to back, right? Last day of the weekend. 2 Sundays back to back. I've watched this film. And I've watched it. I will repeat this once again. I watched it with a larger sample size than 99.9% of all the people that are going to watch this movie. That's a fact, right? Look it up. Tell me I'm lying when I say that the Chinese theater fits virtually 1,000 people. Look it up, right? So if I'm in a theater with a larger sample size than most of you guys, and my theater's been packed twice, concession stand but like buzzing like crazy, seats filled, almost 1,000 people. That's how I knew that ticket sale being fake claim was nonsense. Never made any sense. Never made any sense. Nessa said her theater was packed. Nessa, what time did you watch this movie and your theater was packed? What time did you watch this? Yeah, I was about to say. She said, and I saw it at 10 a.m. Thank you. Everybody's watching this movie. Yo, look, we know what fake ticket sales look like. You know what's funny? The same people that were jumping out saying that this movie had fake ticket sales were downplaying Superman having fake ticket sales until the story came out. And they had to like readjust how much money it made. Right? Watchtower said he saw it last Friday at noon and the theater was still packed. There was no way. But hey, don't just take my word for it, right? Don't just take my word for it. Let's look at the numbers, right? Because that's what we do. We don't just engage in arguments. No need for conjecture. All right. All right. The Odyssey, shattering box office expectations. Right? Scroll down a little bit. With the sensational second weekend at the box office, it's clear that Odyssey will have a long and epic journey in theaters. The has generated a remarkable $652 million worldwide, including $289 million domestically and $362 million internationally after 10 days of release. 10 days of release. It's made $652 million. A R-rated sword and sandals movie that's almost 3 hours long. What are we talking about? Right? This is not fake ticket sales. This is not fake hype. Almost everybody that I know has seen this movie or wants to see this movie. Everybody's talking about this movie. Right? Alan Belk said already made more than Duperman, by the way. Crazy. Already eclipsed Superman's entire run in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. Not even 14 days. Right? But this had fake ticket sales. Ridiculous, yo. Ridiculous. Think about it. This movie is why Spider-Man ain't gonna get no IMAX screens. Is it not? Right? Somebody tell me, because I was just watching this. They have a significant amount of scenes for Spider-Man Brand New Day that they shot for IMAX specifically that people won't even get to be able to see because the Odyssey has, right? Alan Belk said RIP the narrative that Gunn is only underperforming because people don't go to the theater anymore. Crazy. Right? And they leaked the movie on X, which I'm not surprised that it leaked on X, seeing as how the owner of X was talking about having an AI Odyssey to compete, and all of a sudden the movie, right? But hey, we're not going to go down that route, right? Watchtower says, yeah, Spider-Man isn't coming to IMAX, same as Avengers Doomsday. Facts, both of them. But what's sad is, at least Dune and Doomsday are coming out at the same time. She can make an argument. The Odyssey's coming out before, but man, whatever. And if you think about it, this is probably why. Look, if think about this, this is probably why Nolan put those tickets on sale last year. If you think about it. This is probably why Nolan put them tickets out last year. He probably used that leverage for opening weekend and was like, look, there's no way. I need all the IMAX screens exclusively. And they was like, you got it, buddy. Because I know one thing, I'm not watching this film outside of a 70 millimeter IMAX experience. Maybe 40X. That would be about it, because that might be pretty cool. I don't know how many times I'm gonna see this movie, but right now we had 2, and it's not enough yet. It's not enough. Alan Belk said, oh, by the way, how great was Tom Holland as Telemachus? We gonna get to that, bro. We're gonna get to the performances. I'm telling you. Right? We got the new geeks in the building saying definitely top 3. Hey, bro, look. Thank you for letting us know. Let me check the results of this poll again, bro. Be sure to vote in the chat if you haven't already. Right? It's tightening up. We had 20 votes. We got great but not top 3 at 25%. His best film at 25%, and top 3 at 50%. And it's still 0% overrated. Yo, this is the people speaking. This is the people speaking. Right? Smacky said, and WB has lost both Snyder and Nolan, with Villeneuve probably gone soon too. Hey, crazy. Excuse me. Crazy. Right? Hey, I was just about to say what he was about to say. or what he just said. Frank C said, Scott, Elon is willing to fund $100 million to have Mel Gibson direct the Odyssey. And we was just talking about this. I was like, bro, so wait a minute. You mean to tell me, right, that Elon is saying, hey, I'm about to fund this alternate version of the Odyssey where we're just going to put all white people in there. Let's just be honest what he's saying, right? He's like, yeah, we're going to put all white people in there. And then you're not even going to match the budget for what they just gave Nolan. Like, bro, just at least match the budget. You know what I mean? Like, I'm all for more great. Look, I'm for great directors making great movies. So I'm going to watch it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying match the budget at least, right? Just match the budget. I think that's fair. Give Mel exactly what you gave Chris if you're gonna do that, right? And be like, yeah, we're just gonna go, Anyway, I'll get to that in a second, bro. But he said this trillionaire can't even do that. Thanks. Hey, nah, this is about to be a lot of fun. But nah, man, this movie's making bank, bro. Making bank. Speaking of bank, somebody who's been laughing straight to the bank recently, you know what I'm saying? Who's just actually our first special guest to pull up for the night too. We got the big dog, the werewolf himself. We got Nick in the building. What's going on, bro? How you feeling, man?
I am doing all right, man. I heard you say white people, and I said, that's my key.
He's trying.
I've been summoned.
He plucked the bow, bro.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, no, man.
Much love, bro. How you feeling today, man?
Oh, dude, man. Saw the movie on Saturday. Just me. I already told you, but I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I told my wife, go get your nails done. I'm going to go watch the Odyssey. I don't want to hear it. Some people can't sit through 3-hour movies, apparently. Yeah. But I was like, I'm seeing it, man. So
I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
Hey.
It was it was kind of fun and a lot cheaper, actually, Sky.
He said, hey, I was able to get one bag of popcorn, one soda, you know what I'm saying? One ticket.
Yeah,
about half the price, you know what I'm saying?
I didn't have to take out a loan to go to the movies. It was
about half the price, you know?
I got to enjoy the movie, just I don't care. It's like, you know what, man? No wonder I see homies coming in the movies by themselves. They're like, yeah, a lot cheaper.
Facts, bro. Hey, man, real quick, bro, before we get into like your thoughts on the movie and stuff,
sure.
Like, what do you think about the box office and how this has made $652 million, bro, in just 10 days? Being an R-rated sword and sandals movie that is apparently on pace to land somewhere around $1.3 billion.
Dude, a movie. This goes to show that, you make the right movie, people are going to show up. This whole, cinema's dead and this and that. No. Bad movies are dead. People will see good movies. So, sorry, you got to step, your game up, filmmakers and, production companies, because
studios, all that, right?
Everyone,
executives,
stop giving people crap and give them, some good stuff. And yes, and I know Christopher Nolan, that's a name that's going to draw. But if word of mouth also, because, dude, wasn't this movie kind of like trying to be psyoped out? Like,
bro,
they wanted it to bomb so bad.
It was crazy, bro. It was every single thing they could complain about, bro, turned into a complaint. And then it's like, you notice we're not even talking about the movie anymore. We're talking about castings and like agendas and stuff, but we're not even talking about the movie. And then when I started hearing some of the complaints about the actual movie, I'm like, this shit don't even make any sense.
No.
Like
It was
calling Odysseus like not masculine, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like,
yeah, bro. It was insane how some of the stuff was being put out there, and they were trying to make it. It's almost like they were just throwing anything at the wall and hoping some criticism would stick with the general audience. But then general audience totally
has dismissed all.
Yeah,
this
they
criticism,
neglected
bro.
all that. They said no.
People
we're
don't
gonna
care,
see
bro.
This movie. Yeah,
People don't care.
The movie's so good. And one of my, hearing from the earlier reviews, people, oh, it's so boring. The first hour is so boring. I'm like, it flew by for me. Next thing I know, man, these dudes are battling a freaking Cyclops.
Crazy.
And it's like intense and it's wild and it's.
Right, and, come on, man.
I also think this movie has some of the best sound mixing I heard in a while in a movie. It seems like Zach and Nolan always get these good audio mixers because the sound is fantastic in it.
The score, bro.
Yeah.
Everything, man.
Production value, every little detail. Just so done well. And what was the other thing they complained about? Oh, well, they're not speaking in proper, ancient dialect. Well, no shit. You got to sell the movie to a modern audience, dude. You can't have, it made sense and it worked. I don't care. They're all wrong. This movie was great. It was great 3 hours.
This is crazy, bro.
It's great, man. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Hey, I got a video. Bro, it's crazy having to, like, defend dope shit.
No
right?
Shit.
Like, it's weird, bro. It's weird, like, having to, like, feel weird about having to defend a dope-ass movie. It's like, you feel like, hey guys, like I don't want to seem like I'm pandering or anything, but no, fuck that, man. This movie's amazing, bro.
Yeah,
like,
it's killer. It's
like,
great. It's a great 3 hours, man.
Hey, crazy, bro. Look, I'm glad you brought up that accent thing because I have a video that I want to cover. But before we do that, we actually got another special guest popping through. We got the homie Apex Lux in the building. What's going on, dog? How you feeling, man?
Man, look, I saw the homie Necron come through. I was like, hold on, let me go ahead and go through real quick, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because I told Scott earlier, I was like, I don't know if I'll be able to get on, but I'll try. But yeah, man, how y'all fellas doing, man? I'm loving the conversation, bro. Loving it.
I'm doing great, Leon. The movie was fantastic. Some of the best 3 hours I had over a weekend in a long time.
Right?
I was like, this movie rules, man.
I know. Hey, I was telling Sky, boy, hey, I was getting a little emotional, bro, in one of these scenes, bro.
Right?
Yeah, man.
Oh, dude,
I got me, dog.
I saw it by myself. I don't know if you heard the earlier part. So
hey, I'll send you a link, Nar, for sure, if you can get on, bro.
I'm sitting there with a freaking apple.
I would say rock the road, but we got a one white guy limit.
Yeah,
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Don't
no, man.
I'm just, go ahead, bro.
I count about as like 20 white guys. So.
Bro, he counts as the entire fucking bro. He's like representing most of Odysseus's crew. Bro.
Yes,
like, facts, bro.
Oh, that's
it's just crazy.
But no, like Leon said, dude. Even at, at the end of the movie, it was emotional, man.
I'll be right back.
I'm like, damn. This is spoilers, right? We can talk?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Nice.
When he had to basically, he couldn't go home, right, till he came to terms of what he did.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, wow.
Mm-hmm. I hate how certain media outlets are trying to spin that into like
what?
Feminist or whatever. And I'm like, bro.
What?
Bro.
Feminist?
I'm like,
come on, man.
This dude been stoic. This dude has been noble. This dude has been on point and locked in for the majority of the movie. And he's making very manly mistakes throughout some of the process. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And now he's having to own it. And it's like, that's a part of manhood.
It really
back
is.
at what you did. And I hate the phrase, I have no regrets. I hate it. It's so dumb to me. And sorry for people who have used it, including myself. But I hate that. I have no regrets. Man, please.
I mean, I have no regrets on certain situations, but not
Exactly.
every situation.
Exactly.
If you've gone through life and you don't have a regret,
That means you ain't did nothing.
exactly. You
And
didn't live or something, because there's
and there's no
always
problem with
something
that.
you could have, like, you have some regrets about.
Exactly. So
We are
when
not
he was,
perfect people. We fuck up.
especially
But
if you're a dude who's tried to really do something bigger than yourself and profound.
uh,
You know what I mean? Even if it's
yeah,
something like, let's say, you are in a rock band. Literally, you are. You
I am.
toured the world, and you've played with other metal acts that's doing something that's like bigger than you because there's an audience that's a part of it. It's like a symbiotic feeding into one another. It's extraordinary, right?
Yeah.
Same thing with Sky and myself
Hmm.
being in combat settings and other things in life, right? And there are regrets with everything I just named. I'm pretty sure. If you step foot out into the world and try to do something big, there's gonna be some regrets. And that's what Odysseus went through. He looked back and he's like, man, this is what I've done. I've become the thing that everybody has feared. I was that thing. I'm the people from the sea.
The people from the sea was them.
Crazy.
Dude. And that was not the original intention of the mission.
Exactly.
The complete opposite. But they what they did was so horrific that,
Hmm.
yeah, they became, that's why they turned into pigs.
Yep. Yep.
Then, I don't know if you heard about, me and Sky had a conversation over the weekend, because she had lions and panthers. So,
Exactly.
so those must have been like really strong
Real
men
strong,
or
noble
women.
dudes.
I don't know, but
Right.
strong people.
Hmm.
But
Probably
his men,
dudes.
I would say
Because according to her MO,
99.9.
you could tell
Yeah,
she was like really had it out for dudes.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, for his men to be turned into, became pigs. That's
What's that say
awful.
about them?
Yeah, that's awful. Swine.
Hmm.
You know.
Hmm.
Wow.
I said the same thing when I saw the movie the first time and the second time. I was like, that's crazy because these majestic animals, even a freaking deer. One
Well,
of
it's
the dudes
better
was
than
a
a
deer.
swine. Yeah.
Facts, bro.
At least it gets to, it runs free. A swine. It's
Yeah,
just, you're gonna be food. It's all you're good for. Jeez.
exactly.
Yeah. And I like how, because even when I was watching the movie, I was thinking, wow, they're not really showing much of the siege of Troy. You
Yeah.
know, I like it. Kind of like it seemed like, because I hadn't, I hadn't watched any of the too much of the spoilers. I wanted to go in fresh, right? So
Hmm.
then when they brought it all back towards the end of the movie, I was like, oh man, now it's all making sense. It's
Yeah,
all
because
making sense.
the siege of Troy, nothing about it was noble anyway, even in the old poem. If you think about it, like it was all about old girl leaving Agamemnon or Agamemnon's brother rather,
Yeah,
and like she left. So okay, now we're gonna start a war off of this. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
destroy a whole civilization essentially.
And does anybody ever use the term Trojan horse for a positive thing?
No, not at all.
No,
Exactly.
no.
Exactly.
It's usually used for like a very bad, situation.
Yep.
That's that's exactly what
Every
they
time
did.
we've used it, it's been in a negative.
Yeah, correct. Like oh, that's a Trojan horse right there.
Especially like in the hacker community and
Hmm.
firewalls and stuff. It's a
Yeah.
Trojan horse virus.
Yep.
No one's ever said, "Oh, that's a Trojan horse." Oh my gosh! Wow, guys.
Oh, what a great
Yeah,
idea! Let's bring in a Trojan
that's
horse.
awesome.
Let's bring
Yeah,
that into our home,
Yes.
yeah.
No.
next to where we sleep.
Now your laptop's screwed. Awesome. Yeah. But yeah, man. He definitely that's the part that got me that you're talking about. By the way, Necron. You probably already knew that though. I literally like when he was sitting down telling Penelope all that,
Uh-huh.
bruh, I was man, I don't know. It's just maybe it's the military veteran, maybe it's just being a man, maybe it's just looking back at certain things that you could have done things differently. Maybe it's a combination of all those things, but I literally like yeah, the tears started to come out, bro. I ain't gonna hold
Yeah.
you. I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Look, how I kind of want to break this down. When we talk about these places, people, or whatever, I want to
Mhm.
kind of encapsulate all that comes with these groups, the performances, the actors, right? How you felt about their characters and their journey, because it's really like three different layers of this movie that I want to break down. The first being Odysseus and his crew, right? How did you guys feel about that whole angle? The performances, the actors, and just how their whole thing played out throughout the entirety of the film.
You want to go first, Leon?
Yeah, my bad. I had to unmute. You're asking how do we feel about the cast and crew and their performances?
Yeah.
Bro.
And right now, no, because we're gonna break it into like three different layers, right? And the first layer is Odysseus and his crew, right? How do we feel about those characters in the movie, right?
The crew was well acted. I I forget old boy's name. He's been in a few Nolan films. He was basically
You know
he was
what? I
on
will grab it
Odysseus' right
right
hand.
now. Yep, I'll grab it right now because I don't want to mispronounce it. Because I think I know what it is.
Yeah,
But
that dude's dope.
The dude with the beard, right? Is that what we're talking about?
don't you
Yeah, yeah,
forget
yeah.
me.
Yeah. His
Brown
right hand.
homie. That dude, man.
Here we go. Himesh Patel. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Just fire, bro. Hey, DC Talk, what up? And the rest of the chat, what up? If I missed y'all shouting
Yeah.
us out. Um, Overall, in general, it's interesting to hear the way they spoke. I want to start with that because when you go into these films, you're usually waiting for an accent of some type. And Anne Hathaway is a perfect example, and I'm not going to go too far ahead with her, but she's a perfect
Mhm.
example of how the rest of them spoke, which is it felt like they had an accent, but they didn't. They pronounced everything very
You know what?
sharply and very operatic.
Good point.
And you know what I'm
Thank you
saying?
for
Like,
Yep. Thank you for bringing that back up because hold on one second because
uh-huh.
that kind of led into a video that I wanted to show.
Oh, for sure.
Let me spark this idea as well. Oh, here we go. Right here. So is this guy Eric Singer brings up a great point. I found this video on Instagram and I'm gonna share this with you guys because I think he brings up some great points. And yeah, this was great. And it was about the accents. And he brings up something or shows something that I kind of think is very funny. And I want to harp on that a little bit too. Smaggy said it was sort of like Chernobyl, right? Which was a fantastic show. A mini series. Wait, have you seen that, Necron?
Nah, I have not.
Oh my god.
I haven't seen it either. I have it on my list to watch. I know, surprising, right? But yeah, I haven't seen it. I saw episode 1 of it. That was it.
Bruh.
That's probably why you
Both
thought I
y'all
saw the
tripping.
rest of it.
Both of y'all
Because I
tripping.
remember we talked about it.
Bruh, both of y'all tripping. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, yeah, but it's a fantastic show too. And yeah, they speak English and they just use their American accents, right? But look, I think that this is a great way of breaking this down. Let's go ahead and check out what this guy right here has to say.
So I think I know why Christopher Nolan really used American accents in the Odyssey. If you read my Substack piece about this, you'll know that I think it's a little bit silly to get upset when a movie set in the ancient world veers from the convention of using English accents. Ancient Romans, Greeks, and Trojans didn't even speak English, obviously, let alone with any particular accents.
First of all, that is a great point. That is a great point. So, hey, right off the bat, they wasn't speaking English anyway, motherfuckers. Yeah, right. But let's keep it going.
There is no perfect solution to accent design for movies like this. It's a designed question, an artistic one. What is the story you're trying to tell? How are you going to transport the audience into the world you're creating, ensorcel them into the experience you want them to have? Actual ancient languages might have one effect, RP or American accents another, mixed designs yet another. Translator Emily Wilson says stylistic pomposity is entirely un-Homeric, which lines up with Matthew Arnold's famous dictum that Homer is plain in his words and style and simple in his ideas. And Nolan, who told the LA Times he wanted to tell the story in a fresh and modern way and make it as accessible for a modern audience as it was for Homer's, was inspired by Wilson's spare 2017 trend.
Okay, first of all, I think this is hilarious because what you guys are seeing on screen is different translations of the same story, right? Mm-hmm. Which, funny enough, hasn't this been with this entire conversation that we've been having on this channel? Isn't that kind of what we've been saying on this channel during these conversations? Because look, Lawrence from 1932 says, "Divine Posey, goddess, daughter of Zeus, sustain for me this song of the various minded man." Fitzgerald from 1961 says, "Sing in me, muse, and through me tell the story of the man skilled in many ways of, in all ways of contending." Right? Fagles, 1996. "Sing to me of the man, muse, the man of twists and turns." Mendelssohn, Wilson in 2017. "Tell me about a complicated man." Mendelssohn 2025. "Tell me the tale of a man, muse, who has so many roundabout ways." So here you got 5 different people with 5 different translations of the same story. Bro, look, when I saw this, I was like, not only does this kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but don't this exactly highlight what we've been talking about, bro?
Yep.
That all this shit is interpretations.
Yep. Yeah.
And people trying to act like it's just one version of these things, and like, oh my god, they look this way, and it's like, all right, bro, you don't even know what the fuck they were saying.
Here's what it is, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
We have discovered that no one knows what the hell they're talking about when they are watching the Odyssey. That's what we've discovered.
Facts.
That's what we've discovered. For all the scholarly and so-called intellectual opinions, I've yet to see very many people at all, especially people who have criticisms of the film, say that from the beginning, they start off by saying the Odyssey has been translated as an ad nauseum, and there's different interpretations, and the characters from the Odyssey are not just this, or this. They can be one of whatever you want, depending on how you're adapting. I've yet to see that. We brought that to the masses. You, Sky, brought that to the masses.
Facts.
I've yet to see people discuss it in that way. That's how I know people don't know what the hell they're talking about. And they're going off of modern tropes and modern asks and wants and modern garbage. This ain't got nothing to do with intellectual, I've read this author and that author. You know what I mean?
Facts, bro. What was you gonna say, Necron?
Oh, well, if you notice, each interpretation is kind of into the era it was in.
Yep.
So, you know, he has to make. I hate to break it to people, but he still has to make money making these movies. So he has to interpretate it into what year are we in? 2026. what will 2026 vibe with and go with and talk like, so it'll sell. I mean, if it's still the same story, it's just it has to make sense to the audience it's presented to. That's how I see it.
Right? Yeah,
So-
they don't even agree with each other. What you're saying, look, what you are looking at is the people that are translating this stuff don't even agree with each other.
Correct.
So y'all telling me about how one of the translators they slammed Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. Well, guess what? They don't all agree about what the hell is even in the book anyway.
Exactly.
What are we talking about? But let this guy keep cooking.
Translation, in which the famous opening line is just, "Tell me about a complicated man." Now, American accents are not, in any inherent way, any more direct or plain-spoken or unadorned than English ones. But they may have that association for Nolan, as they do for a lot of English folks. And that's my point about accent design. I just want someone to have thought it through with artistry and sociolinguistic competence, and then, to execute well with strong coaching support and adequate prep time for the actors. Also, just by the way, could we pretty please have an Oscar category for accent design? But I just realized something. I think there's a little bit more to this. Major thematic spoilers follow. Nolan's take on the Odyssey is that Odysseus' Trojan War ending stratagem and the massacre that follows brings on the late Bronze Age collapse. Odysseus and his men are themselves mysterious sea people who raid and pillage across the eastern Mediterranean. For Nolan, Odysseus can't return home in large part because of his soul-rendering guilt. Athena isn't actually Athena, it turns out, but a figment of his own tortured imagination in the form of a Trojan girl he saw beheaded right in front of him. He's personally responsible for societal collapse and the ensuing 400 years of the Greek Dark Ages. And this is the same story as Oppenheimer, a movie.
Woo!
Mm-hmm.
It absolutely is the same story as Oppenheimer, bro.
Yep. Which is why he was staring at the Trojan horse at the end of the movie, all aflame, and he's looking upon his
That was the
monster
moment
that he
kept
created.
coming back to. Yep, that was the
Yep.
moment he kept coming back to.
He's looking at it like, damn. That for him, that's his nuke.
Mm.
Look what I've done. Yep.
Let's let him finish up.
About an ingenious, complicated hero, an ambivalent leader forced to live with the crushing weight of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and quite possibly the future extinction of humanity. Or as Matt Damon put it, both men are tortured by what they've done. The Odyssey is a companion piece to Oppenheimer, a sequel of sorts.
I definitely brought Oppenheimer into this movie with me.
My guess? Christopher Nolan could only have told this story in American accents.
Hey, I thought that was dope, bro.
Yeah,
I thought that was a dope breakdown. And yeah, whenever you guys kept bringing up accents, I was like, oh, let me get this video in here real quick. Because one, he had a great point. And two, it shows that the people that was translating these stories don't even agree on what was in the book. So anybody trying to come over here and tell you it all gotta be this certain way when there's hella interpretations of all this information, bro. Clearly out there right now.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
if the scholars don't even agree on, how's Joe movie fan gonna be able to tell you? I know this is the only way it has to be.
Yeah,
No,
crazy,
come on.
man.
Just like they don't agree on Helen, just like they don't agree on Odysseus, just like they don't agree on, you know what I'm saying?
Ooh, Odysseus, put a pin in that because I got something for the end of the stream later. I'm gonna share with you guys that should be a very, very fun exercise. We got Deuce with the $10 super chat saying Odyssey is actually a great movie. Let them cope. Hey, I agree, man. I agree. Let them cope indeed. We appreciate the $10 super chat, bro. Oh my God, hold up. Let me hold up. Hey, Leon, hold it down for a second. I gotta add this. I'm gonna put this up in here.
Okay.
I'm gonna continue what I was saying about the whole accent thing and the whole pronunciation thing. Whenever they would speak, I appreciated the cast and crew, especially Odysseus's crew. the way they spoke was very striking and profound. And I like that. This is gonna sound basic, but everything felt incredibly real.
No, I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes when they have these movies and they try to make it with, as totally historically accurate,
Right, right.
sometimes it's hard to follow because I do not speak in Old English, normally. I don't think any one of us
Right.
watching this does, and sometimes it can take. So it sometimes takes you out of it.
I
So-
love that clip.
Yeah.
And do you see how he said that,
Wesley,
right?
dude, hey, hold up.
It
One
felt
more
like he had an
time.
accent, but he didn't.
Somebody get these beggars out of here. Oh my God, bro. Begging asses. Zeus's law, bro. All right. But go ahead, Necron.
No, I was just saying sometimes, when the accents are so historically accurate and the language, for me, it takes me out of the movie because I don't speak
Doth
that
to
every.
by Romeo.
Yes, I'm like, what the hell? So, like
Romeo,
Leon's,
fair Romeo. What is Juliet? May you
so-
please let down your hair like your
Yeah.
Rapunzel upon your
man.
balcony.
It made the movie even better for me.
As I protest my
I was into it. I
love Necron.
into into the whole freaking, the language wasn't taking me out of it, is what I'm fucking trying to say. It was good. It made it more intense.
Right. And it makes it easier to follow, bro. What are we talking about, man?
What is all this dumb nitpicking, man? The movie's great. What more do you want? Dude, you got great battles. You got a damn Cyclops in it. You have a Hydra. Remember the Hydra?
You got giants, bro.
All
You got
type of
witches. It's like
Witches.
you got all kind of shit. Bro.
You
You
take
got
a trip to
Agamemnon's
Hades.
aura, bro.
I'm
His
like-
aura, bro. Like Agamemnon's aura is worth watching this movie just by itself.
Bro,
Like,
when they opened the
I'm
gates
trying to
and he's
tell
just
y'all.
standing there. Wow.
Right?
That's
But-
hard, dude. I was like, dude, is he by himself? He's just like,
right?
just want to stand there and intimidate him.
No, it really does look like he's by himself at first.
Yeah, yeah.
I really noticed that.
And it's intimidating, regardless.
The second time, for
Yeah.
sure, right? But nah, man. Look, I think
Like,
Odyssey.
I was gonna say, like, he wanted them to know, it's me, motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I'm here. Now, then, everybody attacks. But it was
that
great.
movie's
man.
so cold, bro. When he first went up to the top of the gate and he like threw like the little fire thing off, and then it landed and you could see all of them outside the gate. I was like,
Mhm.
oh my God, man. It's like it's about to go down, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What a scene. But yeah, Odysseus and his crew was stranded ever since the siege of Troy, right? They was stuck on that beach for like 10 years pretty much.
10
Right.
years, dude.
And yeah, man, I really did dig the whole way that their chemistry played out, and just how much, because I have a whole thing about this later, but I do respect and like the way they portrayed how much Odysseus tried to be loyal to his crew and how much he tried to like save them over and over and over again, even from themselves, right? And like most of what he went through was because he was trying to defy
To
the
save
God's will, right? Like
Yep.
he was trying to save this crew.
Yeah.
And it's wild how it played out, but it was really great. How'd you guys feel about that whole dynamic between him and the crew, and just how much he was trying to save them and all that, and just from all of their journeys, from the sirens and the Cyclops and just all that stuff? Because this movie there was a lot in this film, man. it's a very, very densely packed movie. That's why I don't even understand where all this comes from, you know, like these statements. But no, speaking about the Odysseus and his crew, what did you guys think about that?
Well, you know what caught me too? He was Odysseus wasn't really seemed like he was religious, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would say, you know,
Yeah,
things, and he was like, "Oh, that's silly. I ain't doing that." But his crew obviously seemed more God fearing, which was kind of a weird thing because they kept doing the things he was trying to tell them not to do, because actually that's what the gods were going to get him for. You know what I mean? So it was a weird, weird dynamic. But he's still in his heart. He was like going against, I guess, his better judgment to help them.
Even to the point, I remember there was the scene where he was grabbing the mast of the ship, and he's holding on for dear life, and they're like basically begging him to pray to Poseidon. They were like, just do it, man, just do it. And he I don't even know if he was necessarily refusing, but I'm gonna take it as a refusal, because man, that joke was that joke was crazy, bro. I was like, damn, he's really not gonna say anything, huh? And then the fell on his right hand man.
Yeah.
That joke was crazy. And that was it. I think after that he landed on Calypso's island after that.
Right.
The whole crew, dude.
The whole crew. He was warned multiple times. Right. But before we get too much further into that, I do want to bring another one of the homies up here. You know what I mean? He ain't been on the platform in a while, but so glad to have him back on here. Whenever I heard this guy talking about this movie, I was like, I know he got to be a part of this conversation. So everybody put y'all hands together and give the homie a warm welcome back to the platform. We got the homie Stino in the building. What's going on, bro? How you feeling, dog?
Damn, Stino.
Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, ladies and gentlemen on stream, how you feeling? How you living? How you doing? What's good, people?
Much
What up, bro?
With y'all?
Feeling good, bro.
Dude, wow, this is like a massive throwback episode. Look at this.
Hey, bro. Hey, we chilling, man.
Yeah, baby.
Right. When we were talking about this movie, I was like, nah, I gotta get the homie back on here because he was cooking, and I was like, hey, he just got to be a part of this conversation. You know what I mean? So, hey, man, quick opening thoughts on everything. What you want to say? Just coming through the door, bro.
See, that's what I was gonna ask first. I was gonna ask y'all, like, what have y'all already covered? Because I don't want to be super redundant and just go over a bunch of things. Before that, though, how's my audio?
Oh, you sound good, bro. Yep.
Okay, beautiful.
Everything good.
All right, bet. No, so what have y'all gone over so far?
Pretty much just like the box office stuff. Nah, it ain't been like a whole lot, bro. We just been giving our thoughts on stuff. You know what I mean? This ain't that. Just go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I won't go too crazy. I mean, out of the gate, the things that blew me away. So first of all, I mean, I read the books. I read all 24 of the original. I read the solo one that they give you in high school to read. I read that one first, and then I saw some movies because my grandfather is like a huge cinephile. So like I got introduced to him really young, so I was like really really hyped for this movie to come out. Obviously, I didn't expect this thing to be a true adaptation, and we can talk about for all of the reasons why. Even just theoretically, all the reasons why, and then practically, that people should be able to understand. As we just look at history and how we were talking earlier, just about how history was passed and how he speaks about that very clearly in the movie. And we can talk about that in more specificity too. I'm really just coming in, so I'm not trying to go too crazy, but like, it's almost like he heard people already. He could already hear people and was like, this is how information was passed, everybody. You know what I mean? Like,
right? Yeah. It was through stories and songs and traveler's
not there yet.
tales. She
We're not
literally
there
said
yet.
it
We're
shit
not
like
there
it's
yet.
traveler's tales, man.
A man, a war,
A fleet.
a fleet, a trick.
Fire,
Okay.
bro.
Yeah, that was
No,
dope.
right. So I mean, it was beautifully. The story, I think, was beautifully told. It was told from more of a practical lens than any of the other versions of the mythology, in my opinion, have been told. One that is, well, like we spoke about, which we'll speak about more. I'm gonna keep saying that is, but word I thought was adult.
Yeah.
It's just adult. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like these mythologies are meant to do what? Truly, to enthrall children. You know what I mean? This one was just a bit more practical, and there was just a few things.
Tino, not to
Yes.
cut you off, I said the
Please.
same thing
I know he
when I
told
was
me.
talking about
He told me.
what you call
That's why he laughing. That's
Yeah.
why he laughing. 'Cause he
I was
told
like,
me.
bro, these are kids' stories, man, and you guys are up in arms.
They
about
no,
kids'
y'all literally
stories.
said the same thing, bro. Like facts. Like
Yeah.
I was on the phone and he had said that shit. I was like, that's the same thing
Like, dude.
Apex said, bro.
That's what's up.
So, bro.
It was nothing, and it gets to the other edge of the beach, and then turns around and goes, "Actually, it was me, Odysseus."
Right. Right. Like, seriously?
Because that's what actually happens, right?
That's
Like,
what,
Was
right.
Nolan
that's what-
supposed to
that's
do
what
that?
actually happens. Right. So there's just some things, obviously, from a
he tells
practicality
the Cyclops
standpoint.
that his name was nobody, so that when the
right.
other Cyclops say, "Who did this to you?" he says, "Nobody." did."
Nobody. But
and they just go
he
back to
just
normal. And they just go
Okay.
back to that.
But listen. A part of the original story is to teach a lesson to Odysseus, but it's more so like to be a good boy, right? It's far more simple because Odysseus himself in the earlier story is a bit of a trickster and whatever else, right? But he's just really, really clever, right? But it doesn't play up the honor portion of it as much. You know what I mean? It obviously plays on that, but it just doesn't play on it as much as it was played in here. It's just different. It's more so like to be a good soldier. You know what I mean? In the end, it's like the guy's punished Odysseus to make sure that he is a good soldier and not such a trickster and whatever else, right? Obviously, it's more, but you understand my point, right?
Yeah.
Like, you understand my point. This just had a bit of a greater theme and told just a much greater story of, like we said, accountability and fatherhood, brotherhood, and everybody can't go. You know what I mean? You can't save them all, and the whole bit. You know what I mean? It's just it's just so much more. It's just loyalty and fealty and the whole bit. You know what I mean?
To your spouse, right? Because it was just crazy.
Country and countrymen and so forth.
I mean, man, such a film, bro. But nah, I'm glad that we've all seen this movie and are able to kind of sink our teeth into it a little bit.
I'm glad I can stop bloviating. Please go ahead.
Right. When we were just discussing this part, we were kind of talking about Odysseus and his crew, just kind of like the actors, the performances, and also like what they went through story wise. How did you feel about that, bro?
Okay, I got one thing to say, and this is just really funny. The dude, my man's with the beard. What's his what's his
we
name?
was just looking it up earlier. Himesh Patel.
Right, and what's his nationality?
Hold on, let me see. He's it says he's British right here.
I'm sure y'all heard. Wow, that's just so interesting.
Yeah.
But his family is originally from where?
Don't immediately have that.
Funny part is, I believe, and I don't want to quote incorrectly, but bro, he probably looked the most Greek of what any of the guys would have looked like at that time. That's my favorite part. He's getting this like they're doing this like Akash Patel thing to him. You know what I mean? This fucking Vijay Singh, Akash Patel thing. Nobody said Vijay Singh but me. I just thought that was funny. But they're doing that. They're doing that thing to him, like playing the Arab vibe or whatever thing with him. But he looked him standing on ship, chest hair just profuse. He looked the most Greek of any. Respectfully, he looked the most Greek of anybody.
Crazy,
as well. I mean, not to mention it's a mythology. You know what I mean? So it's like how Greek was the Cyclops. You know what I mean? It's like, what are we even talking about? Like, what are you guys talking about? But beautiful film, beautiful film. I loved the way each of his men had their own personality and just, man, I don't even know where to start, man. The story was just told so beautifully, bro. It was told so well from somebody who's heard most of the iterations of the story and thinks he has a general understanding of them. At least I won't pretend to be some type of expert, but man, that shit was amazing, dude.
Hey,
anybody
Apex.
who thinks it's not, man, it's hard for me to respect your opinion. Sorry.
Apex, did you go in on the Odysseus and crew part as well, or was it just Necron?
No, yeah, I did.
All right, so y'all cool moving forward? Cause man, shout out to Matt Damon. You know, he did a great job. We do have some topics later that's going to kind of circle back to some of that stuff. So
I do think it's time to start having some conversations about Matt Damon that maybe it's not like that we're probably at a point in which these conversations aren't even uncomfortable. You know, the trope of like, you know, it's time to start having some uncomfortable conversations about this guy. Like maybe these conversations shouldn't even be uncomfortable, but like, hey yo, he's in them conversations, bro.
Necessary.
He's in there.
Indian.
No,
right.
fact.
I was just gonna say thank you, Nessa.
No,
but he's in those conversations, in my opinion, bro. I think he's.
I'm glad you said that, because before we move on, I just wanted to say this about his tone and voice when he spoke. It was very commanding. There was like for lack of a better phrase, a booming quality to his voice. He almost reminded me of Batman a few times, where he just like, whenever he would speak, it was like it was very, you know, it was like, I'm hammering this home, and I'm not doing it hokey,
bringing it all,
tacky, bringing it all. Yeah, he was just
right. Yeah.
What a line.
He was locked in, bro. Locked in.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many classics from him.
Mm-hmm.
So many classic lines from him, man.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, man. Yeah, we're gonna circle back to some of that stuff later because he's gonna be a part of a larger conversation. Moving forward, I want to talk about Ithaca and all the characters. That was heavy. Stino, you keep moving the mic. Ithaca, the characters there being Telemachus, Penelope, right? Robert Pattinson and them. We got, and we even throw in the John Bernthal character and Menelaus and Helen. Just all that stuff is dealing with the people that was primarily in Ithaca. How did you guys feel about their whole dynamics and all that? Tom Holland, I think he did a great job, man. Pattinson did too. Everybody brought it in this movie first and foremost, so everybody put in A+ performances. But I do want to get you guys' thoughts on all those characters. Oh, and shout out to John Leguizamo too, because he did a great job as well. You want to go ahead and start that off?
He's Menelaus. He's Menelaus, right? That was his character's name?
John Bernthal?
No. What was John Leguizamo's character?
Is Menelaus.
Leguizamo
is not Mentor, but the other.
Where'd he go? No,
No,
Mentor was
he is
Ryan Hurst. No,
Ryan
John
Hurst
Leguizamo
is
yeah. I don't know how to pronounce this. It was like
okay.
Mouse. I don't remember.
Do we know that? Y'all know that that's the first. That's the first. I believe that's the birth of the term. Like he is not a mentor.
Oh, mentor. Yeah,
his name is mentor, and that is the birth in all of our in language.
Yeah.
Of the term mentor.
That's what a lot of this stuff is too. Like Odysseus, Odyssey, you know, a journey.
That's hard.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That's hard. So I throw that in there. That's hard.
Nah, that's a good catch. Absolutely.
That's hard.
Yeah. But
I had to look it up because when I saw his name, I was like, does that mean like are they just naming him as a mentor, or are they saying that like that's that dude's name?
No, I figured.
And then like that was that's a bar. That guy's got.
Oh God, I figured that
lots of bars.
When you look at Odysseus, Odyssey, some of the stuff that they were saying, it was like literally their name and not just a title, and the way they were pronouncing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything from every character in Ithaca just felt real.
Oh, Eumaeus. That's like
Eumaeus. That's how it was. Yeah.
Eumaeus.
Yep.
I didn't remember how they pronounced it.
Eumaeus, mentor, Menelaus.
He was amazing.
Penelope.
John Barenthal found a way to squeeze in. I tell you what, man.
And let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something.
You want to know about Odysseus? Let me tell you about Odysseus.
Who here wants to tell a story about Odysseus, man?
Who want to spin a tale about Odysseus? Right?
You
got something to say about
spin a tale about Odysseus.
It's like, hey, bro, but I give you the real story.
Man is the
from inside.
Punisher.
What prison can hold him? What prison can hold a man like him? He looked at him like, you serious? Be for real? Be for real, brother.
Incredible, man. Yeah, be for real, brother. We don't have time for this.
We don't have time for this.
Hey, but how'd you guys feel about all the characters back in Ithaca, including my boy?
Somebody get these beggars out of here.
Tom? I mean, hey, Rod.
Pass it, bro.
You can play that, bro.
Huh?
Every time a different weapon got dropped out, he was like, "You fucking get him! Get him!" And it's like, use the fucking spears on him.
Use the shield. Use the shields. That joke was
pick
funny,
up a
bro.
shield.
He played a convincing asshole.
Yeah, he was great.
Dude,
he
was such a weasel.
What a weasel.
Yeah.
Just
You gotta want to kill him. They all learn from Joaquin Phoenix, I think. You gotta want to kill him.
Hey, facts.
I don't think I've ever hated anybody more than I hate Joaquin Phoenix. I still hate him. I hate him in everything he does, and it's not even. It's for being great. You know, I don't know if there's anybody else that I feel that way about. It's almost I don't care what he does. I just see him as a skeezy little bastard with curly hair, and he just wanted to kill him.
That
was definitely Rob.
Commodus. Yeah, bro. That damn Commodus, man.
Yeah,
hey,
bro.
Never to be changed. Never to be.
Can't escape it. You cannot escape it. Too bad, dude. You did too good of a job. Too bad.
Let me tell you something. But nah, man, I think they all killed it, bro. I thought that they all did a great job. Everybody that was like holding it down in the years that Odysseus was gone, right? From Corey Hawkins playing one of the suitors, Robert Pattinson, John Leguizamo, Tom Holland did a great job, man. Like, you know, because I'm not the biggest fan of Tom Holland, but this movie made me a little bit more of a fan. Can't even lie, because he had a hard job. But how did you feel about their whole dynamic being that group of actors, Necron?
Well, you guys are like much more cinemaphiles than me. Like, you know everybody's name and all that.
He's like, I just like cool shit.
I was like,
that's John Leguizamo.
Batman's a weasel in this movie. The Punisher's the Punisher. And Spider-Man. He's still trying to be a man. But
MJ's MJ, right?
yeah, MJ's MJ. So I was like, wow, you know. And then you have the Violator, the clown. That's a deep cut from the old Spawn movie.
The Violator.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my
but John
God,
Leguizamo. At first, I was like, who the fuck is that? Because I know who that is. You know, and I was like trying to figure it out. And then I was like, he was so like good in it. I couldn't figure out who he was till then I finally snapped. I go, damn, that's the Violator, you know. But I didn't Leguizamo. But I was like, they all played a perfect role. And how the hell do you get, you know, John Bertho, the Punisher? I mean, he's basically playing himself, the Punisher in that part, and it didn't take me out
tell
of
you
it.
about Odyssey.
Yeah, I was like,
he sounded just like John
the Punisher, dude.
Bro.
He was the Punisher, but it was like
he's just a hard ass Greek soldier, though. He's just a hard ass Greek soldier.
But that's always what he plays a good soldier. So
there's
always going to be some dudes like that who are going to be soldiers, you know. So I was just like, it didn't take none of the stuff took me out of it. We're like, you know, where you kind of see some things sometimes you just ain't buying it. You're like, this ain't working. Come on, but it worked. So that's a testament to Nolan to take all these totally different type of actors who are pretty much known for certain roles, you know, like their main roles.
No, it's a stacked cast. It's a stacked cast.
You know, come on, Spider-Man. I know, you know, we're not getting into the whole Pattinson Batman, but he's the current Batman at this point. So he's, you know, you got Batman in it, and you got the Punisher, and he kind of just tuck that out of your head, and these are good actors too, you know, because they really showed their chops, and I was just zoned in on the movie, dude. I was like,
just locked in, right?
Yeah, like,
it could have been
longer.
It could have been another.
I fucking wish it was longer, bro. I wish that.
What Stino said too, you know, about it's being it's a children's story, you know, which in fact it is. You know, all these Greek mythologies are, you know, like this, you know, stories for kids back in the day. I mean, of course, you know, the religious part and all that, but you know. This is stuff that they would tell. This was their entertainment. This was their Avengers. This was their, you know, whatever. But Nolan made it so epic and so, like you were saying, you know,
realistic,
adult and like adult themes thrown into this, like heavy adult.
It's like
themes.
it's like a version of those children's stories that actually happened. It's like this is what
like you're right. Like,
were based
if
off
it went
of, right?
down, this is probably how it really would have went down. Like
you know,
like
so.
the way that Nolan describes this, the way he describes this from the beginning, right? When in that conversation when his wife or when Anne Hathaway is talking about what how stories are passed. How information is passed, basically how they get their news, right? And it's through bards and people telling tales and a lot of these people sang songs and a lot of the ways truly originally that these things were passed. A lot of that stuff is ad-libbed and fluffed, but there are key words and phrases, whether that's to a red sunset or rolling mountain hills and things like that. That lets
red wine seas.
Red, thank you. Red wine seas.
You see, bro, they don't even know what they talking about over here, bro.
Let me cook. This is how they told stories to let people know. These is landmarks and points in the story to let you know where you are, what verse you're in, what chapter in the story you're in as this thing is being told. Oh, this is the part where he crosses the red wine sea, right? You understand what I mean? So all of these things are fluffed and told in different tones and eras and with different pieces in them and this and that and pieces out and whatever else. So you can't, it's almost like disrespectful to the way that information was passed during the time to question a bard's tale. This is the king's bard. This is the king's bard with all of this, with all of the king's jesters, not all of the town's jesters, the king's jesters, telling a tale This is how the town's jesters get their tales. The traveling jesters get their tale. This is the one that you get. This is the one you get. And you take this one and you go fluff it with everything else. With the nobody story. And then yelling, my name was Odysseus from the thing. And then that's how it... You understand what I mean?
He said, hey, and by the way, my name is Odysseus.
And you can keep the story right there. And by the way, fake cake ass nigga, let me tell you, boy. Come on, bro. And then you can tell, and if you want to keep it real, all the way real, I quote unquote real to what like the old fluffed up versions, you can tell the story of how when he saves the men from Circe's island, that they all stay there for another year. And then you can tell the story about how he gives Circe a child.
right.
Yeah. How's all that play on screen?
Right. When you're trying to talk about him and Penelope, right, and their relationship, right?
He's having full conversations with the Cyclops in the real story.
Yeah.
24
which was funny.
books. 24
Which
books.
was
Yeah,
funny
it's a
when
lot
they
of stuff in there.
said-
It's a lot of talking and weird stuff.
When they said, you know, why would he talk to ants, or do you talk to ants? I thought that was a great.
He said, maybe we should reason with it. He said, do you talk to ants?
We're past when he said
That was good.
We're past that at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think we're past that at this point.
Practical.
Yeah. Mhm.
Practical.
Come on,
I was
man.
telling Sky that
Knock
this
it off.
movie felt like history playing out, and then the stories that came afterwards are basically the bedtime stories that came off of the legend of what we
Yes.
just saw on screen. That's what I was telling Sky. Like, I think Nolan directed it with that in mind. You know what I mean?
They're like what I said before about when the son kind of questions the gods and questions mythology, questions the tales that are told and whatever else, and how they get their information, and the mother then goes and corrects them.
Yep.
He was playing that in that moment. They were playing. This is people talking shit. This is how we get our information. So shut up for a second and let the information get told. The dude tries to introduce. He tries to introduce some fairy tale shit. Let's talk to this gigantic raging Cyclops. Let's maybe try and reason with it. That's a stupid idea. Let's not. Let's try and sneak out of here. Back to practicality again. Back to realism. I think that those are real choices. I think that those are choices being made. Like, because that's what they do. They attempt to reason with him. And then he tells him, no, I'm going to eat all of your men one by one, day by day, so on and so forth, piece by piece. And I'm going to eat you last. So that you have to see him die and whatever else. So wait. In the story, what's the significant? Here's the thing. What's the significance of him in which he gets to see, just because he's the leader of them, that he gets to has to watch his men die? Like, he's not an important guy already or whatever to the gods or the nymphs who Calypso is in most. Sometimes he's a goddess, sometimes he's a nymph. It feels like she's playing more of like a nymph role in this one. But
reminds me of like
you know what I mean?
Mixed Spitlick from Superman, a fifth dimensional, you know, which they are nymphs and gods at the same time. But yeah, true.
Yeah. So they're all these are all the sons and daughters of the gods of the mythology. You know what I mean? So boom.
The original quote unquote superhero. Yeah.
So there's no significance to him other than he's just a leader of this random group of guys that's in here that was trying to grab some cheese and some goats or whatever. And then, I don't know, I'm going to make you sit and wait and watch and whatever else and blah, blah, blah. And whatever, for whatever reason, this Cyclops.
He sounded like he slipped into an Australian accent for like a split second.
For a split second, right? White. I heard that.
Wait and watch.
I'm going to make you watch. But how would it? Okay, if you were talking as a Cyclops, would you have him have like a regal British accent, or would it be more like, "Yeah, make your fucking seat and watch me eat your flowers"? You know what I'm saying?
The Cockney accent.
Yeah, Cockney kind of give me it'd be a bit more like that, isn't it? You know, or whatever. If it wasn't like full Irish like drunk guy, whatever.
I'm gonna be a dingo, and I'm gonna eat your baby.
Eat your baby. So then he does this thing, right? So he's having this full conversation with him in the stories, and then he leaves, and then shoots him in the eye, and then tells him his name at the end of it, as if like, well, what was the significance of him before? But again, these are children's tales.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But like, what is a bard's job? What is he trying to do? He's trying to earn more shekels, trying to earn more shamrocks, more doubloons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's just trying to get more green. So the better I can tell this story, he has this conversation and he tricks them and this and that and whatever else. When in reality, he probably waited until he was asleep and stabbed his ass. And then get in the corner and try to sit there and wait till he was blinded and let the sheeps out and then sneak out if he could. And then got pissed off when he spit one of the homies' helmets out and then shot his ass one time. Like, you bitch. And then ran. That's probably what happened.
Crazy.
That's so much more practical. It makes way more sense. And this is from somebody who loves the original story.
Yeah. See? And that's what happens, right? When you talk about an adaptation. Right, and we're sitting here.
Well, it's like like Stino's saying, a pot roast's a pot roast, but there's 1,000 ways you can cook it, right? Different types of spices and everything. So you can't just say, there's one and only one way to make a pot roast. No. So there's more than one way you can tell a story.
100%, man. 100%.
Especially one of this magnitude, right? But moving on to Apex Lux. Hey man, how'd you feel about everybody in Ithaca, bro? Be it like, shout out to Anne Hathaway. I think she did a fantastic job as Will. How'd you feel about those characters and actors? And is just how all that stuff played out, Leon?
It's so difficult to choose who was a standout and a favorite because, man, not that was the question, but that's ultimately where my mind goes to first. But I quickly go to Anne Hathaway. Her presence was very powerful as a woman of nobility, and just her delivery, man. Like, she's the blueprint of how everybody else was speaking throughout the film, in my opinion. Because I swear to you, she had an accent, but she didn't. Because everything she said was so sharp and so striking. Man, when she said what she wanted to do to everybody, I want you to lock everyone up and burn everyone down. I was like, whoa. I was like, damn. I was like, hey, mama wanted everybody burned, bro.
She was over it.
Wait, what? What are we reading?
Hey, no, whoa.
I want to know, what is it? Just
wait. No. Hold up. I just want to know, do we want to do this now or do we want to save this for later?
Let's save it. Because I think you have a cool.
I think you got a big payoff.
I think you got something for that.
I have a huge
I'm voted out.
I got something.
I'm voted out.
Steve pointed like now. I was gonna do it now too, but
hey,
I think Sky got something.
Just put in the chat who you're referencing in the movie specifically, so that we can break it down specifically. Like, who are we juxtaposing this Ryan Gosling Black Panther thing to? And I'd be more than willing to debate it.
Right.
Yeah, it's funny because we had an entire stream.
Anyway, I'll just say
go ahead, bro.
If it's if you're saying Ryan Gosling was
wait, we ain't doing it.
No. Come on, just let me say one thing.
Oh no, go ahead.
I'm not gonna give no spoilers.
Oh no, go ahead. No, you're good.
But okay, the Black Panther is the top dog in the Black Panther movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's the main character. That's who the Black Panther is. So I need to know why you would think in the Odyssey who's the main character that got flipped, but we'll save it for later.
Good question, bro.
That is a good question. Hey, you know what? See, that's why we got a hashtag Let Necron
talk. Exactly.
We got to bring that one back, bro. we got to bring that one back,
for the homie
bro.
Necron.
Hashtag Let Necron talk. You know what I'm saying? We definitely remember that.
Go be a shocker later in the day.
Right. Hey, for sure. But go ahead and keep going on Apex. I'm sorry. I just had to ask that question of whether or not we were going to do this now or later.
Yeah.
That should be fun.
Funny thing to say in the chat.
Saying Ruler, hang around in the chat because we have a very, very interesting thing that we want to bring up, and show you guys later in the conversation. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, Anne Hathaway cooked. Who surprised me in the movie was Tom Holland. I was surprised at how good he was because I don't really particularly like him as an actor. I don't hate him either. I just think, he's Spider-Man and he's getting these roles because, Disney, Marvel, and Sony are kind of setting him up for success. But that's just my opinion. But in this movie, he did his thing, man. I was actually like, when I saw it the second time, I was proud of him. I was like, damn, bro, he's really stepped his game up. And he doesn't look just like a boy trying to be a man, even though that's the point. He looked like an actor that's finally come of age. So I think this
weirdly enough, he did look more manly at the end of the movie.
100%.
Weirdly enough, he did seem like he had kind of went through something and seemed a bit more manly at the end of the film, and that really did come through well. So, a great point, Leon.
And he didn't feel like Tom Holland just playing a role, and that's what I was afraid of because I thought of like 10 different actors that I thought could have taken that role, but when I finally watched the film and then watched it a second time, I was like, I'm glad it was him because I didn't like him for the role. So I'm glad he made me eat my words. You know what I'm saying? He did a fantastic job with who also kind of not shocked me, but I was glad he was in the film with John Leguizamo. John Leguizamo, that brother there, every time he's in a role, he gives it 100. Every time he's in a role, man. Y'all remember him in John Wick, and he just played the dude who repaired the cars. And
the chop shop
every
dude,
scene
right?
he was in, man.
Yeah.
You felt like some sort of you felt gravitas. Everything he was saying. Same thing here. There's something about John Leguizamo where he leaves his soul in everything he does, man.
When he gave that what was the Russians the speech, basically like y'all fucked up.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, dude, that was good. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, bro. John Leguizamo, he just adds everything to a role, and who else was kind of a standout for me? I'll say this, and it's kind of, I was gonna say it's probably gonna be funny, but I think dog owners will love this. That dog, bro. That was beautiful. I love that dog, and I felt every scene that dog was in, and the whole notion that the dog was only
shed a tear, bro.
Facts, bro. Facts.
Shed a tear.
Facts,
the second time. I didn't cry the first time, but I definitely did the second time.
For sure.
I was very happy that dog stayed alive.
And all
that
he
last moment got to wag his tail one more time.
Facts. He just wanted to see Odysseus. And I love how that was the thing that keyed in. I forget the Tom Holland's character's name, but
Telemachus.
Telemachus. It keyed him in like, oh, this is Pops. His father right there. That scene there.
Or was it Telemachus? Whatever.
Telemachus. Tomato. That scene there, that's what made me go, oh man, okay. Tom Holland is for sure come of age now, man. Like, congratulations, bro. I don't know what it was about that scene where he's looking at Odysseus. I didn't see Tom Holland anymore. It was just dope. So yeah, shout out to everybody that was on Ithaca holding it down. You know what I'm saying?
Word. Robert Pattinson was my standout. Obviously, everybody did great.
Oh
Robert
yeah,
Pattinson. He was my standout. From everybody in Ithaca. I got to disagree with some in the chat saying that these beggars.
We get these beggars out of here.
But I disagree with John Leguizamo. His John Wick role being the thing that put him on. His filmography is
what?
Is huge.
Who said that?
So I gotta disagree.
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat. Gotta disagree with chat on that one.
Bro,
much love to the chat, but I gotta disagree with that one.
John Leguizamo been on since the 90s, dog.
You gotta look at his filmography.
This is why John Leguizamo's in this role.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Word. He earned this role 15 years ago.
Your facts, bro.
Word.
Yeah, John Leguizamo's that dude. I get it that like people remember him from like little comedic roles he's done, But nah, every time he's been in a role, he's given 110
Yeah.
and made people next to him feel weird.
He steals his scenes for sure.
1,000, bro.
Yeah, I knew John Leguizamo was a problem literally when he did that Spawn movie. I was like, bro,
Yeah, bro.
you couldn't even tell it was him. That's when I was like, yo, if you just showed a picture of the Violator, there's no way that you was just telling off bat that was John Leguizamo at all.
After seeing him do that and then watching Empire is what really sealed the deal for me.
Yeah,
that's what sealed it.
Yeah, and he was in Super Mario Brothers too. Oh
Yep.
my god, that movie bombed so bad.
But
he was okay. The best thing about that movie, he was the best thing about that movie, bro.
Man, he made me think Luigi was the better of the two.
That movie
right?
was not
Yeah,
bad.
He's like the jerk. Yeah, I remember that too. For sure, right?
That's funny.
For sure. But nah, man. Yeah, he was in. Wasn't he in Carlito's Way?
Yes.
Killed it
Damn,
in
I
that too.
forgot about that one. Yeah.
Killed it in that too.
Wow.
For sure.
I forgot who he played, but it wasn't Carlito. But yeah, he was in that movie for sure.
Yeah, it was.
He added to
right?
it, bro.
Yeah.
Yep.
Benny.
Yes.
Yeah, bro.
Benny
Crazy, man.
Hey,
But,
good call with Robert Pattinson too, bro. I almost forgot about. How the hell did I forget about him? Somebody get these beggars out of here.
He was awesome, bro. He was awesome.
Yeah, his smirk after he says it is
Right,
brilliant,
bro. He was so happy to say that shit, bro. He was so geeked to say that.
Oh man, what an asshole!
swear,
he was.
bro.
When he was trying to mac on Penelope, bro.
Oh
like,
my god!
It felt like he was a chin hairs away from sealing the deal until he was
Bro,
like, "We'll have a baby."
he almost
And
got
she's like,
that
"What?"
done.
Right?
He almost got that done.
I was like,
That
It was
crazy.
crazy.
It was that.
So
Benny
close.
Blanco from the Bronx. Yeah, bro.
Benny
Yeah,
Blanco for the Bronx. Yeah, that's right. Benny
Benny
Blanco for the
Blanco.
Bronx.
Yeah,
He was
bro.
about to felt like he was about to seal that deal.
Nah, he was until he mentioned that kid, bro. But nah, and then you think about it, the way he was just, yeah, I wanted to volunteer to go to Troy. He just, I was like, bro, you old stolen valor ass, bro. Get out of here,
Stolen
bro.
valor.
Get out of here, bro.
Facts.
Stolen valor, dog.
Facts.
Want to slap him, bro.
I'm like, man, you old. That's why I'm glad you got your little piece back at the end of the movie. You know what I'm saying?
That was
He
Acting
saved it for
like
last.
you ain't know, yo, bro. Hey, Pattinson was a dope antagonist in this movie. Man.
He was.
Oh yeah, he did
was.
his job. He made.
I ain't even gonna lie, bro.
Made you hate him.
He was. When we gonna talk about that costume design?
1 second, because
That was drip.
we're almost there too. Everybody got to speak about the characters that mainly made up the Ithaca
Ithacans.
portions, right?
Yes, sir.
The other thing that I wanted to speak about was the gods and monsters, right? And this is what I like to call like the Cyclops part, the giants, the witches, bro. Like, how did all this stuff hit you in this movie, man? Like, I thought that, because Nolan has a flair for practicality and realism and like also giving it an epic scale. So seeing him, kind of step outside of his wheelhouse, so to speak, and doing like, kind of hyper realistic things and adding some of this stuff into this film. How did you guys think that all of these characters and iterations of these things kind of played out in? I'll start with you, Necron.
All right. Well, the Cyclops for me, I like the design, almost a deformity for the eye instead of the usual, the center eye piece.
Yeah.
That I'll tell you what, dude, it kind of weirded me out, the whole Cyclops thing. I was just like, being so realistic looking. It wasn't for sure for me, at least there was an uncomfortableness to the whole sequence of them being stuck in there with him.
And then the way
like,
he was just eating them as if
yeah, dude, like
he
horrific.
didn't even seem like it was like an evil thing. It was just hey, these little
food.
things are in my fucking house, and
I got more
hey,
snacks.
I got more snacks.
That's how insignificant they were to him, and that he would even just, I'm just gonna go to sleep, knowing that they're right here. He wasn't, I just thought that was just like wow, But then when they did the stabbing in the eye, in my theater, like I was saying earlier, the sound was cranked and it was really good. It was like, it was freaky, man. It was, and all the sheets were shaking and the bass was like hitting hard and everything. Fantastic. So, Cyclops for me was an A+. It did its job. It was otherworldly type thing, and then them trying to tell him, hey, bro, that wasn't some monster. That was a son of Poseidon. We're gonna be effed now, Like,
yep. He said,
and he still didn't want to. He didn't want to heed the warning, Like, and that was another regret of his. He had to shoot that arrow because the Cyclops was pretty much like getting his last word and shooting out that helmet, right? But he was like letting it go. He was like, "You got away, but I'm still gonna let you know."
Yep.
I'm gonna get a little word in here, and Odysseus just couldn't let it be, so he had to shoot him.
And
so here he comes,
More of his men ended up dying.
Which is a very
it was a bad decision, really, on his part to do that. And I know we all do that, like you already beat up somebody, and then
right
there they say
there,
and they say something to you as you're walking away, and
dumb.
like, and
but you almost understand the frustration, right? Like
yes.
That's why it's so. He's like, man, what the right?
Yeah.
Like it was just like He's like,
oh yeah, watch this, yeah. And it's a bad idea, and you still do it.
Yeah,
very human response to a situation like that.
Bro, the word I keep using to describe all of this shit, whether it's the Cyclops and how insignificant they were to him, and how in the original story it would have been this malicious, and there's this game almost that they're playing, this like cat and mouse, and there's a torture aspect of it or whatever, almost like something that you would do to someone who has something that you want or something to that effect, right? Or the how frivolous that arrow was, but that still ended up being so costly, but how you can still see and reason with how and why he may do something like that, bro. Practicality. It was
very
just practical.
Very practical response to a situation like that. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. It was it was just practical.
And the witch was that whole sequence to me was weird. Like when they were eating, and then it started getting weird. Like, well, what the
and they just can't stop.
Yeah, they can't stop, and it starts this. The visuals of it was just crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
She had one of the best lines in the movie too.
Yeah, because look, also it was crazy because usually in films you see like them trying to pull things out of their mouth, like if it's like some kind of long thing, like
exactly,
like the octopus looking legs or tentacles rather. But this time it was like they were like almost wanting to pull it out, but it was stuffing it in, so it looked very odd.
I was about to say they looked like they filmed it in reverse.
Yeah,
like they probably was pulling it out, and then the way he shot it, it you know what I mean? Like they
reverse.
That shit was so disgusting, but
it was very unsettling. Yeah, it was very unsettling.
And it worked because again it was like a magic situation where it was the rules of the real world don't apply to the magic. That's why it's magic. So it was very unsettling. So again, had me like going, damn, that's fucking kind of weird. This is unsettling imagery, and it's not even like it's like super harsh. It's just it didn't make sense. Like. It was out otherworldly again, like this. So this whole thing of like gods and magic and monsters. I might be going too far into it, but and that was that like a Hydra or something one did it
I
was
think
attacking.
it's called technically in the book like the cilia or something like that. Hold on one second.
Yeah, because when that thing made its appearance, that was jolting too, because it just seemed like everything was cool, and and then like there's the bam, right, man gone right out of nowhere, and like what is this thing, and how? I mean, it was way up in the hill, and it had that
Scylla,
reach.
the multi-headed, six-headed sea monster that attacks Odysseus' ship.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, another great thing, the whole Hades situation with all the dead all the
And they
dead
they
dudes,
actually buried all of them. They actually buried all of them, and all those actors were actually buried and had
I see
straws
what
to
you mean.
breathe.
To give them
They
the
had
look of
straws.
being dead.
They had
Yeah.
straws to breathe, so they fully had to emerge from the ground.
That's awesome.
Crazy.
It gave it a
Nolan
good look.
said, yeah, and Nolan said that the actress who played Circe got one.
Yeah.
There's only been two actors who've ever gotten ovations from the crew and cast or whatever, like right after their scene is done, and she got the second one.
Oh, no kidding.
In any movie he's ever
I think
done.
they said it was on her first take too, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think he said it was her first take. Yeah. Mm.
She had one of my favorite. She had one of my favorite lines in the movie. Return them back to their disguises.
Yes.
Or no, she said
disguises.
She said
return to your disguises.
Right.
Return
And
to
I had
your
whispered to
disguises.
Sky. I said, "Yo, that's fucked up."
I
I said, "You heard what she said?"
Did she lie, though?
Disguises. No, not at all.
Did she lie?
Not at all.
That's another
That was a
part.
cold ass
exactly
line.
how she described them.
You had to stick it out to the movie, to the end, for all that to make sense. Because I saying, why was she saying they're in their disguises? What's going on here?
Yeah,
I mean, how she was describing them to him. She was describing them to
They're
him.
truly
Everything they've
pieces of
done,
shit.
with this
Yeah.
and that, and boom, boom,
Yep.
boom.
You've
Yeah.
been doing horrible things. You are swine and pigs and terrible. You are the sea people that everyone talked about.
What did they want from me? What did they want from me when they came in here? Take my food, this and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's like,
And,
"What would they have done to me?"
I gave them what they wanted.
I still not sure if he was hallucinating Athena or if that was
That's
really
the
her
crazy part, bro.
coming.
That's up to
coming.
you.
That's crazy,
To me,
bro.
I think it was Athena. Just in the
Because
view.
look, because
But
they
who's
even
to say that was
saying,
even Athena's form?
No, this is what I was saying too. Because what's wild is they were saying earlier in the film that the reason why they have Zeus's law is because these gods take many, many forms, and you never know. So, like, there is a reading of that situation where that actually was Athena. It's like this movie is so dense, like you can't really for certain say either or. It's just like when Telemachus is having that conversation with the suitors early on, and he talks about Zeus and how they should respect Zeus's law, and somebody says, one of them says like, hey, like is that like really what you believe? And Telemachus delivers that line, and as soon as he's finished, the thunder strikes, right?
Yes.
And then like he walks away, and that guy's like, hey, well, that was
lucky.
That was some lucky timing, but was it luck? That's
Was
the
it
thing.
really?
Like, it's always left up to like whether or not and
How
I
you
just
feel
love the
about
way that the gods were represented, man, because it could have been that girl, but then also,
Well,
as I said, like it seemed like the statue got the head cut off of it at the same time. So
yeah, they did.
Was
That's
that,
how I saw it. They both got
it's
decapitated at the same time.
I don't know, man. It's like hard to say.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't think that was that girl coming. I think she came in the form of that girl.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Because she was giving
what I
him
thought, too.
information. She was telling him like, "Yo, why why don't you want to go home? Why aren't
But
you
that-
listening to the gods and everything? Blah blah. The gods is trying to tell you, and I think she might have even been one of the people too to tell him like, hey, you're the only one that's gonna make it back. You know, like
Yeah.
There was a couple
Well-
things that she did that, or said rather, that only, you know, a supernatural being would have known to say to him. You know what I mean? So yeah, you're right.
And she came back because that was also the form
Unless I'm
of his
mistaken.
guilt. You know, that was his guilt.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
okay,
You're gonna deal with this.
Zendaya's character post getting decapitated and every form that she showed up in is 100% Athena. It 100% is. The only
yeah.
point I was making is like, you know, she's in that form because of the sympathy he feels for this girl that he
Yeah.
watched getting
Yeah.
decapitated and the connection that he has to decapitating the statue.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
that's
yeah.
why they're playing at the same time. Now, in the original story, he has two gods on his side, right? Zeus is on his side. Zeus is kind of like rooting from him from afar, kind of gives a
Calypso
fuck, but kinda
says,
doesn't.
"Hey, Zeus is not gonna let Poseidon kill you."
Yep.
She
I know.
literally said
Before
that.
he got on the raft.
Yeah, this is true. Now in the story, he's kind of they're showing them all. And they got dialogue and all kind of shit, right? So they are like really involved. I agree with the way that it was shown and leaving them out and kind of like having them play their role in the supernatural in like the true supernatural way in the way that it would have been observed at the time.
Yeah, because it would have been
people
from their
would've-
perspective, right?
And
Like
people would have had him
been-
like, that was probably him. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. So he had two people on his side. Athena's always been on his side. Athena's been like really protecting him. Athena was like his plot armor in the he had like Naruto plot armor. It's crazy. He had like real plot armor in the original story, and Athena was truly providing that. And then with what Athena couldn't stop, like she couldn't make Poseidon leave him alone. You know what I mean? She ain't got no power over that. Poseidon's like, fuck you, I ain't done. We ain't. Well, you better go on somewhere. If it's not my brother, I'm not listening. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So right before he's about to die, Zeus like, all right, bro, chill. You know what I mean? And he keeps him from killing him. So yes, Zeus is there, very present in this story as well. You kind of have to be really paying attention to know when. You know what I mean? But Athena is ever present throughout the movie, as she was in the story. It's just in the story, the things that it leaves for you to guess. It's just like outright telling him. You know what I mean? Like he's about to die.
Yeah.
And like she shines
Because
a
you
light
can-
down that like
Yeah.
makes somebody's fucking sword shatter or something before it touches his chest. You know what I mean? So it's like that kind of thing. That they plot
right?
armor.
Yeah,
It was plot armor. It was sick.
crazy. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add in Necron before? I
No,
went to the homie
yeah,
Leon?
you guys go on, man.
Yeah. All right. What did you think about all those characters though, Leon? Like the Cyclops and stuff with the Giants. Oh wait, and Necron, real quick. Giants. You didn't speak on the Giants.
Oh God, how could I forget the Giants, dude?
Bro, this movie got so much shit in there, bro.
Jeez.
Those are hard.
How did you feel about the scene with the Giants?
That was just
we go to
nuts, dude. But okay, the giant scene, yeah. First of all, so the normal looking soldier was actually a child, right?
Probably a baby.
Yeah, very young. So then
That shit was funny. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was like a baby.
That's our-
Probably like a year old.
started screaming, and then the big boys showed up. Dude, I thought they looked great. Very intimidating looking.
No questions, bro. There's no
Yeah.
questions, no fucking.
There was no
argument.
No
Yeah,
CGI.
That's crazy.
And what was the deal with the land shifting? Dude,
In the book,
what- yeah.
they have they're stuck in like a circling maze, right? So, to represent that,
I see.
Nolan uses the shifting trees, so the trees
to confuse them, so they
are
can't-
like
yeah.
not only shifting, but a couple times it even seems like the trees are imprisoning them.
Yeah, they'll lock you. They'll
right.
lock you in
Yeah.
a cage. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, crazy.
Put
Man, that
you
was-
in a no-win
that
situation.
was cold, bro. That
This-
was cold,
Now-
man.
I don't, if everybody doesn't know, those every giant was 7 foot plus, and every soldier in that
was like
fight
4 foot something.
was like 4 foot something, 5 foot max. So
Oh,
all of the
'cause-
stunt
yeah,
doubles,
yeah.
all of the stunt doubles for that, because he doesn't want to use CGI. So all of the stunt doubles for that are like 4 feet something, 5 feet tall.
So it
And
really had this disparaging
yeah,
look to it.
Yep.
Like, yeah, oh yeah. I mean, they look great. And then how they were just chopping the boat up when they were trying to get away, just like, dude,
rocking
yeah,
the boat
rocking
with their
and chopping.
hands.
I was just
Crazy.
thinking about David
The
Goggins.
other one, they pushed it over with their hands, bro. I was like, oh my god.
That part was
that's crazy.
crazy.
David Goggins.
and-
Who's gonna carry the boat, son?
And then he's like, no, we're going back to port. And they were like, dude, I don't know, man. That was pretty horrific. But what
You know what's
choice-
funny? They really did get used to running back to the ships as the movie went on. Like,
Yes.
they did get better at it. I
Yeah.
actually noticed that in the second time. Like,
They had
tried
a
to
better
get
system.
yeah, they had a better system for getting the boats
They're
out
getting
there
them on the
faster.
boat and getting out of
Insane.
Dodge quick as they can. Yeah.
Insane,
mean,
man.
Yeah, the Giants were great. I was hoping they were going to show up again. But, yeah, it was the
Hey.
witch's turn.
Crazy,
Ain't never going back to that island.
Crazy, right?
Dude. It's too supernatural, man. You ain't going to win.
Crazy, bro. But, hey,
Are we gonna Are we gonna hint on the sirens in this at all, or is that in another segment?
oh wait, nah. That was for Necron too. I thought you already covered the part with the sirens, bro.
You know, I think I had to go pee during that part.
Oh my god, bro. Hey, look. We
That was
will
earlier.
we will let the homie Apex Lux start, and then he'll start with the sirens, and then you can go
Okay.
ahead and kind of touch on the other stuff, bro.
Oh, I'm done. So
No.
yeah.
Hear me, but my
Yeah,
signal
yeah.
breaking up
Oh,
weird.
okay.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, for sure. You want to start talking about the siren stuff, though, Stino?
Oh, for sure. Oh, I'm in the middle now. That's fine. So, so no, I thought it was a beautiful choice. One, to not hear the siren song, right? And because I think it's obviously best to leave it up to interpretation. But I believe the siren song is different for everybody, right? It's truly meant to haunt everybody differently, to call everybody differently. It has a unique tone, pitch, cadence, and rhythm, as well as content and lyrics for every single person who hears it.
Different interpretation.
Yeah, and that scene was beautiful. I thought from a sound effects standpoint, when the wax was being placed in the ears, the muting of the sound.
Yeah.
The muting of the sound, right, per side as well. The muting of the sound was perfect in that. Amazingly done. The sirens have been shown in so many different ways. Even mermaids have been shown as sirens in some respects, in some mythologies, and even in just some silly stuff like pirates and whatever else.
Yeah, because they're two different things, right?
Yeah,
Mermaids and
typically.
sirens?
Typically.
Yep.
Now I remember. I came in at the
can't-
end of that scene. Where,
Yeah.
that's
I
why he was
wonder-
tied up, right? He was the
Yeah.
only one
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was hearing the song. Okay.
I do need to. I wonder if I need to look that up. If there are ever some if sirens were ever known to have fins or something to that effect, or some sort of fish-like quality or fish-like appendage.
Peace out, SPR Dave. For sure, bro.
Peace, brother. Peace. But no, I really do wonder that. So that's a good question, bro.
Yeah, I thought that part was super dope, and I like how minimalist that scene was compared to everything else, right?
Mm-hmm.
You barely get a chance to see the sirens, and they wasn't really looking at them, and yeah, the sound design of that scene was awesome. But Apex, you want to go ahead and cook on that, bro? The sirens first, and then you can go ahead and talk about the rest of the gods and monsters in the movie.
That was one of Matt's best performances in the whole movie. being tied up like that. That was incredible. And I'm glad we really couldn't get an exact bead on the actual sirens. It was kind of like you're looking through the fog and you see them kind of rise and you can kind of see the silhouette of them, but it kind of leaves your mind to kind of construct what they kind of look like. So I love that. I thought it was insane that old boy didn't have the wax in his ears fully, though. That was crazy. And seeing him jump out the boat, bro, I was like, good Lord.
Temptation.
You know, one was gonna go.
Yeah, bro.
One was gonna go, bro. It was always gonna be one of them.
That shit was nuts, bro. But yeah, that was incredible to see and a clever interpretation of the sirens. In general, out of the whole gods and monsters topic, my favorite thing is the interpretation of the gods and them being sort of elemental or hallucinations and kind of leaving up to interpretation. I like that. I like the thunder strikes and the lightning being sort of a, wink and a nod at Zeus. And like literally it's him, right? They're talking about him in those scenes. And it's very Christopher Nolan of him to use elements to represent the gods instead of having like literally what's my man name? Who plays Zeus and Thor? And he played General or not General, he played Jor-El. Russell Crowe. Like that, everybody expecting Russell Crowe to prop up, right? But showing it as sound and thunder, that's dope. Poseidon just being the literal ocean is dope. Calypso, I guess we can count her in the gods and monsters as well. Her character was really I was torn in how I wanted to judge her, because on one hand I'm like, she's a piece of shit, but on the other hand I'm like, some of this is due to Odysseus not being ready to go. Like he literally wasn't ready to go, and there was a penance he was paying and he just didn't remember what that was, and then we figured it out later. It was because he created that world's nuke, the nuke being the Trojan horse, right? Like he's paying for that. He's beating himself up. That's part of the reason why he didn't leave, but he just couldn't remember.
That lotus flower too.
1,000. Yeah, exactly.
It blocks out.
Right, but that's literally why he stayed. But he forgot even why he started to eat it, why he kept eating it, and the conversation between him, Calypso, and then when we find out later, it's like, well, I can't really blame her fully. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Charlize Theron was a great surprise. I didn't even know she was in the movie until I saw her pop up. I was like, oh shit. I was like, damn, this guy's got heavy hitters. So Calypso was fire. Them giants were crazy. The way the land was shifting. I didn't see the land shifting. I didn't notice it until the second time I saw it. I was like, oh shit. That's why. I'm like, why the hell didn't I catch it the first time? I thought it was kind of hilarious. I ain't gonna lie, this may be my morbid humor. I thought it was hilarious that they didn't talk. They just they didn't ask like, yo, why are you here? Why is my kid screaming? They just came through and wrecked shit.
I said it was no conversation, bro.
That shit was hilarious to me, bro. And me, I ain't gonna lie, dog. They waited too many times to start hauling ass. Like they wait, like after the giant, after the Cyclops, bro. Anywhere else I'm going, I'm dipping. But it's funny because they were trying.
Once they saw the giants, they ain't wait.
They waited a little too long for me, bro. I ain't gonna hold you.
You think so?
But I feel you. They weren't as bad as what I'm making it, maybe. But for me,
for you,
my black ass.
Plus, they needed supplies.
I'm out.
Right,
bro. Picture us: me, Sky, Stino, Necron. We'll throw Necron in there too, right? Necron ain't sticking around. No, you know the stereotypes, bro. We out, bro. All we're hearing is footsteps, and we're out.
I'm leaving somebody back at the boat to keep the boat in a primed and ready position, so we ain't got to do so much pushing and shoving off.
Yeah, bro.
We shoving off too much. We doing too much shoving off.
Hit the cell and get out of there, man.
Where all we gotta do is grab the ropes and have a boat pull us into the water.
Climb up.
Run and jump on.
And then we climb up.
As soon as I break the tree line, I'm about to start paddling.
Facts, bro.
As soon as I break the tree line,
after
bro,
I saw
hit
that
sand.
Cyclops eating my friends and everything, I'd be real cautious now.
It's a wrap. All I'm doing is dipping from then on out. They gotta ask me to get off the boat. Hey, Apex, what? Aren't you getting off? Hell nah. Somebody got to stay behind, right? Why you
I'll have the boat ready to go.
Thanks, bro. But no, that scene was nuts. I love their armor. People were picking on that.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, bro. It reminded me of Excalibur to a degree.
You took the words right out of my mouth, like an updated Excalibur look.
Yeah. Shit was fire, bro.
Sick.
What else am I missing that I kind of wanted to touch on? I appreciate the way they delivered everything practically, the way Nolan did that, because it made it more eerie. Like, it reminded me, if y'all ever seen Game of Thrones is very grounded in their fantastical characters and like monsters and mythology.
If it was real, this is probably this is how it would be.
Exactly. So by the time you finally see a dragon, you're freaked the fuck out because it's been so realistic feeling. And that's what I got from this movie, where every time I saw something fantastical, I was like, it didn't feel out of place. It felt too real because the world felt real enough. I was just like, damn, that shit hit even harder than seeing some magical stuff happen. You know what I'm saying? Like in the more stereotypical way that they portray magic, right? So
you mean to tell me that you wasn't waiting on the bag of wind to come out, bro?
Hey, that's funny. I knew Scott was gonna say that. He been saying that all weekend.
Nah, bro. The bag of wind. I'm mad that it wasn't in there, Stino.
You know, they could have got out there faster if he just would have pulled out his bag of wind.
Calypso had a whole town of people eating that fucking lotus flower, and he still had like hella soldiers when he got there too. They was all geeked. All of them was geeked up, laying in the grass like they was at Coachella.
I love that Nolan took so many liberties with the story. That there's all these details that you're saying. Like it makes me appreciate the movie even more because it's very condensed.
As a bard would.
Facts.
Especially the King's Bard.
Facts.
We should.
That's a great point.
I always pay attention to the chat. We honestly should have Sin in here because if that was locked in, knows exactly what is going on. Like he knows exactly what's going on. Shout out to him. Fully locked. Fully locked.
Yeah, I like how
it's coming from the depths. Nah, what were we saying, bro?
I was about to say I like how Stino brings up the bards in that manner. That's a great purview. I like that. Yeah, because that's really what it is, man.
And that's what he meant. He mentioned it too many times. He mentioned it in interviews before the movie came out. When he first told the interviewer that Travis Scott was going to be in the movie by saying that, like, all of these stories, he said the same shit Anne Hathaway said in the movie. Well, he wrote it, but he said it in the interview. He's like, they always talk about bards, but they talk about like these Greek and Greco-Roman bards or whatever from some town or whatever. But who are the bards now? He's like, why is it never rappers? You know what I mean? It's like they're storytellers of the time now, and so on and so forth. That's exactly the reaction the black interviewer had. He was like, getting big that a little bit. But no, I mean, so that's whether we like it or not or whatever, that's how he felt. And that's what he was trying to get across. I mean, why is he any more or any less than the storytellers of the day? Why? This story passed through many a mouth and many a ears before it reached Homer, and he put it on paper.
Hey, and if it's just about artists being in movies, why didn't everybody freak out when Harry Styles was in Dunkirk? Because he was in Dunkirk.
That's true.
He ain't got a whole bunch of acting experience and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this, bro? Hey,
a man.
A fleet. Right? Nah.
A trip.
Wait. Were you finished yet, Leon, or were you still going, bro?
Yeah. I think I was just about to say that to wrap up with Stino's point too is that that's why I kept saying throughout watching the movie that this feels like history, and the interpretations are the bard's interpretations of what Nolan did, and that probably pisses off people who are big fans of this material, but that's what I felt like I was watching history. And then if I go read or watch the old versions of the Odyssey and the Iliad, etc., then those will feel like the grandiose interpretations of what Nolan did. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
Yeah, for sure, bro. We appreciate that. Stino, yo, now, bro, it's on you. How was you feeling about all the gods and monsters in this movie, man? Like, how did these things strike you?
First thing is, I love Nolan's commitment to not use CGI. We all know how I feel. Well, he knows how I feel greatly. Apex, you know how I feel a little bit. And, the rest of the chat, as well as the big dog, know how I feel about some of this. But, man, look, the last great CGI we had was in the Pirates movies. She's showing any ship on the water getting destroyed, and it's hard to beat the Pirates films. It really, really is. I know they came out a long time ago, but listen, man, I really do love his commitment to realism, his commitment to the lack of CGI, and his commitment to what he gets shot on film. And
I told y'all that pirate shit is real, y'all.
Well, I mean, there's obviously some CGI, greatest CGI monster of all time.
No. I just mean his love for Pirates of the Caribbean films.
Oh yeah, that's just true. I will have my day in court, and I'm going to crush. I will convert followers over to my side of the aisle. But no, so it's they did an amazing job. They had this huge I don't even know what to call the structure that they made for the giant, for the Cyclops or whatever. That was real.
Yeah, they had a big it was like a huge
puppet.
A puppet, and they
like
used some
animatronic giant puppet, right?
Yeah. And they used some camera tricks and shot with a real person as well. So
right, so crazy. Obviously the trick with the 7-footers and then the small people for the Ithacans and the Ithacan soldiers was incredible. That was a beautiful choice. I immediately thought that was CGI. I was like, this is great CGI right here. Like, this looks really good.
I
yeah,
thought
definitely
was,
practical
dude.
though.
I didn't know that.
When you look at the behind the scenes, it's crazy because you can see the separation of the arms and all of that. And so when you see it on screen, it's like, what the hell? This dude Nolan don't miss.
Yeah, man, he killed that. Let me see. Obviously, his underlying interpretation of the bigger, more powerful guys from the background and whatever else, knowing that people were gonna overly dissect this film. I think filmmakers just know this at this point. My film's gonna be overly dissected.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
they're going to be complete nerds and dicks about this.
Even the trailers, bro. Like people didn't pour over every frame of trailers like this back in the day.
Right. But they know this now
because one, there was nowhere to watch them unless you're at the movie theater, right? Like there was no YouTube to get on and go watch all the trailers, right? You had to actually go to the movie theater, and they would show the trailers before the movie played, and that's how you saw your trailers.
True. So. Like and we weren't showing up like we show up. I still show up to see movie trailers, but like if I miss them, I don't trip as much as I would from back in the day. Like I was
because you can watch them online.
And you still get surprises sometimes. Like the Other Mommy trailer didn't drop until after it had showed with this film, and I was like, see, that was a nice little surprise because I saw that for the first time in the theater.
Okay, right? that was one of the best jumps scare. Just to go off a little, that the Other Mommy trailer, that little jump scare at the beginning of it.
Oh yeah.
I was like, God damn it, they got me with that shit.
Crazy.
I was like, it looks all weird.
Shout out to
Anyway.
Jessica Chastain because that movie looks crazy. But but what were you saying, Ostino?
No, I mean it was again. I'm always going back to the practicality, man. Some of that stuff was really really good. They knew they know movies are gonna get overly dissected now, so a lot of that stuff they're gonna leave to interpretation because it's a lot smarter to do. They're going to talk to the comment section in the movie, but while writing the movie before the movie comes out, they are doing that. They are speaking to those people. It's like they are breaking the fourth wall and being like, "You guys shut up." All right, back to the movie, everybody. You know what I mean? I think he did it 2 to 3 times in this movie, and I probably missed another 1 or 2. You know what I mean? Where he was like, "You guys shut up." Like, I don't care. We don't care. 100%. The sirens, obviously that's my favorite portion of it because it tells a story of understanding that there are things that are out of your control that you can't control yourselves from. You know what I mean? That you need to protect yourself from temptations outside of your control. You know what I mean? And it was just a story. That was just a quick tale of like, yo, there are things that even the strongest men, I always say this, like men who have conquered continents, countries, slayed tens of thousands of other men, strong as hell, burned towns and pillaged villages and whatever, brought to their knees by a woman that weighs 90 pounds. So, bro, you gotta lock in, bro. That was just a quick lock in. I was like, listen, bro, lock in, bro, or end up like, bro, they jumped off the boat. That was just a quick lock in. I thought that was
never
awesome.
To be seen again.
Word. Yeah. And the most villainous of all of the giants and monsters and gods is Calypso, the one who did the worst. I mean, I wouldn't say she did the worst because she did some good too, but which is in her nature. But she stole the most time.
Yep.
The only thing that took more time from him than that was the war itself.
Yep. And being stuck on the beach in Troy. Yep.
It took more time. I attribute that to the war itself. It took more time.
I did not realize they were on the beach that damn long until you said
10 years
earlier.
Yeah.
She spent more time with her than at sea.
Yep.
So, you know,
because she said 7 in the movie.
In the film. I'm just going on the film. I think it's a little longer.
Oh yeah, because he flat out asked her. He was like, "Yo, like, how long have I been here?" And at first,
7 years.
She didn't want to answer, and then she told him like 7 years. Yeah, and I was like, "Oh my god,
crazy, bro!
What a way to tell the story, though."
And floated home on his back on a raft.
What up, Paolo? Right after
floated
having to let go.
Back.
Right? Yeah.
Yep. Because in the story, when he's still getting fucked with.
Oh yeah.
He's still completely getting fucked over. And then he gets and this is where the people of the sea come into it. Then he gets smashed. That shit gets smashed and he's like, you know, taking it on all this water or whatever. Not the boat, because he has no boat. The rat, he had like some pieces of shit strung together. Basically the same thing that he had, honestly, in the movie. And he's like laying on his back on that shit, and he's floating out and whatever else, and that shit gets destroyed. And then he's like floating underwater, and then the actual people of the sea, he is saved by the actual people of the sea, like, and they go down and get him or whatever, and put it, which is like really Athena's hand, not her, but you know, her doing the shit in the story. And then she gives him like the cloak of the sea, and he like ties that around his neck or whatever, and it gives him like, he can like swim like a motherfucker, you know what I mean? So then he uses that and then swims to shore, and then he takes it off and returns that cloak to the people of the sea. So that's the nod to the people of the sea from the original story.
Wow.
But I do think it was all amazing. Right? All the gods, all the monsters, all the giants, all of that stuff. I don't think nothing missed in this story. My only critique in this at all Is that the ship destruction is better on pirates? That's it.
This dude, man.
That's all
Yo,
I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
He
Well, I
snuck
know
in.
what
He
Tino's
had to
saying.
sneak in
That's
a Pirates
CGI has
reference.
gone to crap, and but the Pirates movie had top-notch CGI.
They used to not know how much it was actually costing them and how cheap they could do it. And once they found out how cheap they could do it, they never did it the expensive way. It was just no expense spared because it was brand new and this is all we had. And it was super expensive and they were just using that shit. And then if you did it right, you made a shit ton of money. But if you used that CGI and you fucked up, then you just wasted a bunch of money and then you didn't make the company shit and then they were out. And they did that with a lot of movies. And then they were like, we're switching to the shitty CGI, and if it's bad, it's not seeming to really mess up the product too much. And if we're paying the actors, and set and staff and director over a certain amount of money, we'll spring for the higher CGI depending on this guy's track record or whatever.
Yeah.
So Nolan is like a huge win-win because like he's gonna say, well, he's a win, not a win-win, because he's gonna save you a ton of money on like the CGI and stuff because he's gonna shoot it real, but like it's gonna cost you like a shit ton of money in staff and stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's like his all staff, stuff, and location. You know, that's the cost.
Nah, all good. I do want to kind of do this the next couple rounds pretty quickly, so that we can start getting towards the wrap up. I do want to speak about like the atmosphere. Now, I want you guys to kind of quickly talk about the production design, right? The costumes, the lighting, the cinematography, all of that stuff. Starting with you, Necron. How did all of that stuff strike you, bro?
It put me in the movie, man. Took me there. It looked fantastic. Hades, I loved that part, dude. It was just grim, and that's kind of what I get into. So I was like, dude, this looks great. Attica looked great.
And speak about Agamemnon's armor too, as well, bro.
Oh, that's some of the hardest armor I've seen in a movie. Shit, dude.
Boy was geeked up. That boy was geeked up. I'm not gonna lie.
What was the dude from Highlander? His nemesis, Jaws. His armor.
Jaws.
This is the modern, updated, hard ass armor like that. And to me, I was like, dude, that armor looked good. I don't care if it we're being historically accurate. It just it
So
took
what?
you there.
How historically accurate were the Cyclopses?
That's what I used to say. Like, well, what are we arguing here, dude? This is mythology. Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, our production value of this movie to me was everything was seen, no expense spared on how to make it look, and just great filmmakers knowing how to shoot a scene, how to light it. Again, this is another top-notch movie from him, and I think the atmosphere is fantastic in this movie. So just to blow through this faster, yes, atmosphere rules. They did everything, production value, costuming, lighting, locations, the way it was, the cinematography of how it was shot. It's just top notch, man. So that's what I say. Stino or Leon next.
You got it, Apex. Jump in there, bro. I've been running my mouth.
Man. The atmosphere was dope. It was something that you said that I was going to touch on in terms of Odysseus, but I forgot. But anyway, the atmosphere was, for lack of a better phrase, it was very moody. I love the sound itself. Always made me feel haunted. It was very enchanting too. Mm-hmm. I always welcomed going back to Ithaca because I felt like I was kind of pulled back to reset every time I was in Ithaca for me. Like it was a reset for me. And it was time to kind of get my bearings as a viewer. I don't know why. that made me feel that way. But
Maybe it's because Ithaca was just and more normal than where they
yeah,
were at. It wasn't, in the land of, magic and monsters and gods. Less, Ithaca was more grounded. More.
It was a land of something worse, Necron. Politics.
Well, that too.
oh, that's hilarious. Nah, but good point. Good point.
That'll get you probably more so than the monsters will. Yeah, that's
True.
true.
It was over so.
Ithaca felt claustrophobic too, which I don't think should give me comfort, but I found that fascinating on the second view. I was looking around the screen at what was happening, like literally like looking around, not at the center, but just looking around. I was like, man, it feels very enclosed every time we're in Ithaca. You know what I mean? And that was probably purposeful, or maybe that was just me, right?
Well, she wasn't. No, dude. Think about it. The queen was trapped.
I was about to say they're like
Yeah.
space is being invaded too.
Yeah.
And I think thinking about atmosphere, I'm glad you guys are defining it because I'm not even trying to define it. I'm just going off of how it made me feel. So Ithaca made me feel like a reset, but also claustrophobic. And then outside of Ithaca, I felt disgust and dread, the atmosphere of old girl's crib, Cersei. I was like, good Lord. I felt like she was a witch before I even knew what the hell was going on. And then once things were recurring, I was like, oh, and then when they said her name, because I'm familiar with the character, I was like, oh, okay. Because that's
as soon as she said the name, it was over.
Yeah, for sure. That and it was funny is before they actually showed her, I felt like the atmosphere of that island was beautiful. Seeing the majestic animals, and they didn't feel fake, but Necron, he got disconnected. It didn't feel fake, but it felt surreal, even more surreal than like a lot of stuff that happened before. Watching a lion just kind of chilling and almost like not necessarily roar, but it did that open mouth thing that they do. And then watching the panther, and then I was like, what the hell? This is beautiful.
Anybody catch the dolphins on the side of the boat?
Absolutely. That was real too.
That was real and totally random.
And Nolan just kept it in. That was I'm glad you pointed that out.
It's a good shot to keep in.
Facts. That was a great atmosphere, especially, it made me think of when I was in the Navy, because we used to see stuff like that at random, being out to sea for so long and being pissed off because they're like, yeah, we're going home soon. We're going to hit port soon. And you're like, no, fuck, we're not. Shut up. And then you see a whale or some dolphins.
Resets you about another 2 weeks. You're like,
I was just about to say that. Exactly.
Give you a 2-week reset. I can stay out here a little bit.
Exactly. It's just beautiful. So yeah, the atmosphere of that movie was very it was like an amusement park ride of emotions. You know what I'm saying? Like I haven't felt a movie like this in a long time. Like truly where I'm in tears towards certain parts. So atmospherically, like this was like, it was like a high, man. It was dope. And I know people probably listening to this like, what are y'all talking about? Just a movie? Nah, man. Like this is some cinema for me, dog. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's probably best summed up in the siren song part 2.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That kind of highlights
that fog was just perfect. They just found that perfect fog.
Seeing the sirens from
they're on the
being able to
open
barely make them out,
sea.
right?
They are on the open sea, bro. Just waiting for the right time to get this shot. Like that's what I take away from this from an atmosphere standpoint. Like, all right, yes, it was beautiful. It was filmed perfect. It had the greatest cameras in the world. They're using IMAX cameras for like the first time to capture dialogue, right? Because IMAX cameras are loud as hell. So typically you can't capture dialogue. It's hard to capture dialogue with them because you can't hear the dialogue over the cameras. They created like this giant special box in order to film this thing, right? And film dialogue with the cameras. Now the cameras are so big that you only get 3 minutes, a little less than 3 minutes of film time before you have to switch the reels out. Think about that, bro. Think about how many hours of this film.
I actually have something that you made me think about. Hold up. I'm gonna go grab it. I'll be right back.
Hours and hours and hours worth of film whittled down into this movie, shot 3 minutes at a time.
I saw that. Yeah, that's wild.
That's the atmosphere for me. I'm more so enthralled by the atmosphere that was created for the actors. The atmosphere that the actors had to work in, right? John Barenthal is like at the bottom of the Trojan horse. So as the horse starts to fill up with water, they were gonna try to make the water warm. And there's no way to do that because it's winter in Morocco. So it's cold as all hell. He's sitting in there freezing. Apparently, Matt Damon says he's got his hands up to each other like this or something like this, just like pressing them against each other, just trying to keep himself warm. And Chris Nolan's Chris is in there too. Chris is in the horse too, like with his rig and with all that shit and that giant, like this IMAX camera is gigantic. It's huge, bro. It's huge. So they're in there with these cameras, and John Barenthal is freezing at the bottom of it in between takes, like screaming at Christopher Nolan, like, just fucking go. Like, another take.
You ain't gonna break me.
Just fucking film it again. Just fucking film it. Just go. You know what I mean? Like, that's what really gets me is the
John Barenthal would be
that's
the one
created.
fucking.
He would.
You ain't gonna break me.
He's the perfect. He's the guy out of all those actors. Like, he's literally the guy you need at the bottom of the boat. You know what I mean? Or at the bottom of that horse. But they're saying that they filmed that so relatively early, and there's so many shitty days. You know what I mean? Like what would be shitty filming days if filming them anywhere else other than this, or filming them for any other director with this group of cast or whatever the case may be. That would have been like the shittiest days of filming of all time. But the atmosphere that's created for these people to work in, knowing what's coming from it and trusting in the vision of the person that they're working with, it's just like this really harmonious thing that I think pulled itself together in a perfect way, because you're just he just allowed Mother Nature to create the atmosphere for the movie, chose the proper locations and times, scouted those things out, and then had the commitment to go and do that. You know what I mean?
I did not know that, dude. That they actually shot that inside.
It's IMAX film, right?
Inside the horse, though. They actually.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Oh, real quick, fun fact. Before I forget, you made me think of something. John Bernthal is married to Kurt Angle's niece.
Fire.
Crazy.
Yeah, Kurt Angle's niece.
Yeah, we actually got an IMAX film.
That's an IMAX film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
IMAX film strip.
That's dope.
We went to go see it.
Oh,
That's
no.
fire.
Wow.
This don't really show up on stream, but
So
yeah.
that's a short, fat piece of film, bro.
Right, yeah.
That's dope.
Crazy.
Wow.
Super dope.
That's cool.
Mhm.
History.
Yeah, man. That's
dope.
that's what got me, man. That's what got me.
Yeah, no, I absolutely loved everything about this movie, man. Seriously.
One more thing before we move on from atmosphere, because I also think that the sound and score has a ton to do with this.
Shout out to Ludwig.
Yep, I was just gonna say one of the greatest scoremen of all time, bro. Just like such a master. Nolan saying that he didn't want any sounds that weren't of the time. So no real hornage, or maybe some hornage, but not no refined hornage.
Mm-hmm.
None of that shit. You better get to banging on brass.
Yeah, no, they literally
Bang on bronze.
invented or like brought back so many instruments and just had to almost like reinvent them or remake them, because like there weren't even any to pull from to use.
Yeah,
right?
like
So they had,
you can't even pull from recorded sound of the time. Nasty. Nasty.
Crazy. Real quick, the next quick topic, sacrifices and accountability, yo. I thought that this was one of the main themes that kind of kept popping up throughout this film.
All the way to the end.
Right? Yeah, and I want to start with you, Leon. What was your thoughts on that, man? Because I know that when we were talking about it after we walked out, this is one of the main things that we were kind of discussing, right? Is that first time that we watched it. What was your thoughts on all that, man?
Yeah, that was like
this is where the Matt Damon stuff comes back in, because it was like, yo, he really kept trying to save his crew, you know, even though
absolutely
you can't always save everybody. And I think that was one of the main things. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, man. We definitely had that conversation. I remember that was one of the first thoughts I put online was those two words, you know. But sacrifice itself was a theme throughout this entire film. I think most of the major characters sacrifice something. Even Robert Pattinson's character, he sacrificed his own dignity. He sacrificed his own, his manhood, essentially. Whether in secret or not, it was still a sacrifice, right? To become the sleazy dirtbag that he ended up being. Odysseus' sacrifices were very obvious. You know, he sacrificed time. He sacrificed family. He sacrificed kingdom. You know, men eventually. Then he sacrificed his morality, and that was something that he held on to, being sort of a virtuous man in his own right, to the point that even when he was hunting, he had to alert whatever he was about to hunt. It was like it was a code he kept, you know, and also kept him sharp. You know what I mean? Anne Hathaway's character, Penelope, she sacrificed. She sacrificed time. She sacrificed, you know, love. She sacrificed her desires. You know, there's a deeper conversation to be had about a woman's place in this entire story, whether it be politically, whether it be family, wife, mother, and also a wake-up call to the modern woman and modern romance and modern valor, modern virtue, or lack thereof. And Penelope exuded everything you would want in a woman. She exuded intellect, love, compassion, empathy, sympathy, ferocity.
Yeah, I was about to say too. Yep.
Yeah.
Ferocity.
You know, cunningness. She was very cunning, very clever, very wise, and most of all, the biggest trait that she had was loyalty. Incredibly loyal to her kingdom, loyal to her family, and specifically her man. You know, no matter what she thought about king and crown and the political aspects of a woman's place during that time frame, she still stayed true to her man, right?
I want Odysseus.
Yes.
That's what it boiled down to for her.
Yep. Do you want justice or you want revenge?
I want Odysseus,
I want
right?
Odysseus.
And it just showed the man, you know, and how worthy he was as a man, that a woman of her caliber was willing to say, I'm gonna hold out Not only that, she knew she had to, because in the back of her mind and in the front of her mind, she knew in her heart of hearts, the man that I sired a child with, that man, he can't be dead.
Yeah.
That dude is a man among boys. He makes everybody look like a boy.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's an emperor among kings. If not for my beliefs, I would say, a god among men, right? That's not me saying this is Penelope. But that aside, the accountability that all these characters had that I just named, we saw a lack of that with Rob's character, right? He had his accountability shoved down his throat at the end. Penelope was holding everyone accountable, even her son. The back and forth between her and her son were very intense, to the point I was like, man, you gotta slap this kid in the face. Like, he's being real disrespectful right now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's your mama, my dude. That's your mama. Relax. And Odysseus being like the ultimate example of accountability. I felt that thing, bro. When he stared at that horse and he realized that
What have I done?
he used to receive pause. Yeah, he's like, what have I done? What have I done? He basically created the mythological nuke, man. That's insane. He became the very thing that they feared. To the point that it's almost
started
like
World War I, bro.
facts. It's almost like a paradox, almost like a time paradox if you think about it. Like, what came first, them or the myth of the sea people? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, they've been gone for so fucking long.
Yeah.
The myth of the sea people could have been them.
Them, yeah.
Yep.
All along.
Because think about it, because
Mhm.
they came to Troy from the sea.
Yep.
And they brought death and destruction along
Yep.
in their wake and all that
Yep.
stuff. Right?
They were
So,
always the sea people.
Yeah, they were always the sea people.
Exactly. And for me, if that is the case, then that's a cool straight answer. But if the case isn't like, well, how did the story start after they left, or you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like it's like this weird. Is this the self-fulfilling prophecy? Did they start it? Was it there before, and did they become it? It was just a really cool thing, and to have him hold himself accountable, irregardless of whether or not he's the chicken or the egg. He held himself accountable. He's just like, and it's forever burned into his mind that he broke the law in order to. Is brilliant what he did.
Yeah.
More brilliant than saying my name is nobody, right? Brilliant what he did. Being inside that horse for God knows how long, and then waiting for the perfect moment to strike, breaking the law, and then looking back at it and saying, what the hell did I just do? Which is why I don't think he would have become a pig. I think he would have become something else.
I don't think she was going to turn him anyway.
Well, even if, but you're right. I don't think she would have either. Because she said he was noble.
His food didn't look like theirs did.
Correct.
Theirs were, I was looking back at that second time. Their food was much more yellowish, right? I don't think she was going to give him the same stuff anyway. I don't think that he was going to get turned.
Right. But even then, like, she was describing him in a way that was more noble than them. And she even questioned it. She was like, you think your men noble because they take your orders, but what are they doing outside of those orders? Like, you might be the only one doing what you think is noble, even if it's not. But at least you're not raping and pillaging. Yeah. What are they doing? Right? But even he held himself accountable for that. He took the burden of a lot of stuff, man. And that's why I rock with this movie, because it's kind of a wake-up call in my opinion. It doesn't have to be for people. It doesn't have to be. But I'm just saying it's the opportunity for a wake-up call to kind of look at certain things through a different prism, because we're used to movies telling us the opposite of these things, right? The lack of sincerity in a lot of movies, especially big blockbuster films, like, no offense to the MCU or Marvel, but that type of stuff. The sacrifice and accountability of loyalty from Penelope. I love it all. Odysseus was dope. I'm sure I can come up with other characters, but those characters, for some reason, Rob, Penelope. What was Robert's name?
Antinuous.
Yeah, Antinuous. Him, Penelope, and Odysseus. For some reason, for me, I'm choosing those three because they're like different levels of sacrifice and accountability. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Hey, I appreciate that. Stino, I want
sure.
you to talk about the sacrifices and accountability from the perspective of Odysseus' relationship with his crew. How about that? Like, I want you to kind of touch on that, and then we'll let Necron cook afterwards before we kind of move into the final parts of the discussion.
Where I want to ask for at the final parts of this for 1 second to theorize, just for a second. I do have a theory, and I kind of have always had this theory, and I really feel like it rang true more so in this movie than in the other ones. The other ones kind of feel like he was just getting fucked around for whatever reason. But in terms of his men, right, the loyalty that he showed to his men in the face of their stupidity is something that I relate to on an incredible level. I relate to this in such a way.
Hold up. Just so y'all know, this is why I asked him this question. And I was so glad that Leon didn't touch on it. I was like, let me cue up Stino so he can have this part of the conversation.
This shit
because
was
this was
not
his
planned.
biggest thing walking out of this. He said, bro,
it is not
I am
planned.
Odysseus, bro. Go ahead, bro.
It is so not planned to be like, oh, I'm gonna have you talk about this thing. But when you said it, when you're like, oh yeah, like why don't you talk about this? I just immediately start laughing because I'm like, bro, this is so funny, dude. Okay, so listen, man, I've been trying to save my homies my whole life. I've always been trying to tell my homies, like, if I see something in their way, or if I see something like, hey, I don't think this is a good idea. Hey, I feel like this may be a bad idea. And that has been met with varying different emotions and responses over time, depending on who I'm speaking to, much like it was in the film, which is also, again, very, very practical, which I do appreciate. So sometimes it's met with anger. Sometimes it's met with absolute acceptance. Sometimes it's met with this blame level of frustration, as if you are doing this thing to me. Not we're all experiencing this thing together, and this is what I'm describing to you, which I would think is probably more accurate. But listen to me, bro. Odysseus tried his very, very best, bro. All the way up until the end. It's like, you niggas were just pigs, bro.
Yep.
You were just pigs, bro. I saved you from pighood.
Think about that, bro.
Yes,
you was about to spend the rest of your life as a swine. Right? Think about that, bro.
All you gotta
and they
do
still acted like dummies.
All you gotta do when we get here, bro, I'm gonna take you to this. But how about this? I'm gonna take you to this place. It's gonna be real nice, bro. We gonna get you a nice suit. I'm gonna have you looking fly. I'm gonna go to my barber. Gonna get you a cut. I'm gonna take you to the spot. Gonna get you dressed up real nice. Nah, turn your camera back on. I'm gonna take you to the spot. We get you dressed up.
I'm not
nice.
turning my camera back on for this portion of
Turn your camera back on, bro. We're gonna get you fitted real nice, and we're gonna take you to one of my spots. You know what I mean? Upper level.
Shit.
We're gonna eat good. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna do our thing. Now, mind you, the ladies here, they're gonna be on a bit of another level, and a lot of the guys here, It's gonna have a little bit more money, so we're gonna need to chill on some of the ghetto shit. When we get in here, I'm gonna need you to act like you got some fucking sense.
Shit, are we?
When you get in here. And how many times have the homies just not been able to act like they got some sense? This is the story of him and his men is a tale of everybody can't go. Everybody can't go, bro. You can't make everybody act right. The Burj Khalifa is not for everybody. Prime 112 is not for everybody. It's just not. Lori's is not, which is in Miami. That's a real low-key spot if you know, you know. It's not for everybody. Everybody can't go. Every now and again, you go to a nice restaurant, one of these motherfuckers show up looking like a baseball coach. Whistle on his neck, lanyard and all kind of shit. You be like, man, what are we doing? You ain't come just from the practice facility, did you? But no, man.
Crazy,
I mean, all they had to do was not eat the lions, bro. Or not eat the sun god's food. Do not eat the sun god's cattle.
That was it.
That's it. And what's
and
the
it's
line?
Like
bro?
after everything.
What's our favorite line?
Done.
What's our favorite line, bro? After everything, all of the sacrifices he had made, all of the times in which they were like, bro, just leave him, bro. Just leave him. They're gonna die anyway. Just leave him. He's like, no, I can save him. No, I can help him.
I'm gonna defy the gods.
Over and over.
He kept saying it.
And
I'm
over
gonna
again.
defy the gods.
Until what's the line, bro? Did you think that if you ate it quietly, that the sun god wouldn't see? And how did they reply?
They said, nope, we thought you wouldn't see.
We thought you wouldn't see.
Crazy. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. After them niggas get you kicked out the Burj Khalifa, I'm like, bro, you ain't see security standing right there? I told you they gonna put us out, bro. My bad, bro. My bad. My bad. That's all you gonna get is a my bad. I think you would see. And after that, he was like, man.
He's like, man, I'm out, bro.
I don't give a fuck, bro. You like it's favorable. The winds is favorable, man.
And then it's crazy because, like, as soon as they ate it, it was like, oh yeah, y'all can go now.
Y'all can go.
Let me get you back out on that water. Right.
I got him, boss.
I got them on the water.
I got you.
They just ate your cattle, right? So I get to go ahead and do my thing, right? Like, yeah, all right, cool.
My theory is, and this would make for a much shittier movie, and seeing if you still in here, tell me if I'm bugging. My theory is, and it's not like this is true, but it's really a question. What if he had given up the men on the boat? If he had listened to the gods earlier, on the second stop, on the third stop of the island, or whatever the case may be, would he have still continued to go through trials? Or the moment that he cut the men off and allowed them to let nature take its course, would he have been sent to whatever, floated to Calypso's island or whatever the case may be? In this version of the mythology, because obviously they make it there together. They make it there together in the original one. But do you think that if he's like, you know what, fuck it, I'm letting y'all go, that the guys would have been like, all right, hey, you listen now, send him on to part 3. You know what I'm saying? Fast forward him to part 3. I might have let him go, bro.
I think so.
I don't know if I have that level of patience with the boys, man. I'm sitting here like, hey, don't do that. Don't do that. It's really bad. We're all gonna die if you do that. Nope.
Yeah, no. Not even, no. It's worse than we're all gonna die. It's like he's telling him, no, y'all are gonna die. I'm not gonna die. You guys are gonna die. I got word that I'm gonna be fine.
That's what I'm saying.
This is a y'all thing.
said he would have at least gotten there faster, bro.
This is a y'all thing.
It is. You guys are dicks. The gods hate y'all.
What's your thoughts on all this stuff, man, that was like going on through the movie with all these themes of sacrifices and accountability, bro? Oh, and another sacrifice that we didn't talk about was Agamemnon.
I was literally gonna bring that up.
Right?
Yeah.
And
before you told me to start with this, that's who I was gonna lead off with. Mainly because Leon covered every damn thing. He covered the bases, bro.
That's funny.
Nah, but yeah, because he was like, yo, the sacrifice is in the power of those who make it. You know? I was like, damn, man, that's crazy. But go ahead, though, Necron. Hey, see, that just goes to show that this conversation is flowing naturally, right? Because Leon covered everything else, and then that led into the soldiers with you, and now we.
But there's still more. There's still more.
Oh yeah. Look, well, we got a little bit more to go. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm. The patience of Eumaeus. Go ahead. Go ahead, Necron. I just want to throw that one little thing in. Go ahead, Necron.
Well, first of all,
it's just a lot going on.
I was I never really thought of that until you said that. Like he was I just unpigged you all. Like
right?
You actually owe it to me to start
to
listening
not do
to
this
me,
shit, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
why are we even arguing anymore?
Like, why have you not figured this out yet?
How dare anybody?
But we were already told, back to your disguises, back to your disguises. They were never going to get it.
And they got the warning. Yeah, and he got the warning at Hades that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Wasn't that the first true warning?
No, because Cersei told him too. I think Athena mentioned it, and then Cersei flat out told him, and then he got the confirmation of how it was going to happen.
It was how
Hades.
It was how it.
Yeah, and so it was like every step he was like, nah, like I'm going to defy him.
But
right,
I mean,
like nah, I'm going to defy the gods.
We all done it. Stuck our necks out for our friends, even knowing you yourself knowing better, is it really worth me sticking my neck out for this guy? But I don't want to see this bad shit to happen to him. And you still stick your neck out, and you still manage to get burned, somehow, even though you did everything you could to help, or they get burned, but you always you're gonna get burned somehow, some way with it all, and
yeah, man.
Odysseus got burned because he lost his crew, his soldiers. That's a heavy burn, regardless. So it's just
in that time a third of his life.
I've been in a marriage for 20 years. I gone out on the road, sometimes not really. I shouldn't have, but I did it because the glory and the venture of going out there with your friends and your band and playing, and your friends really want to do it, even against my better judgment, because I was like, man, it's going to put a strain on my marriage, because I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks again, and I was just gone, a couple months ago for 2 to 3 weeks. So that, and I can see how you guys are soldiers, you ain't got no choice. Well, Sky and Leon, you can't even make a choice. You just got to.
I was just about to say that, bro. Yep.
You got to do it. There ain't you can say, well, I better not. So
and him and his wife at that time, they're married for 8-9 years. And he leaves for 20.
Yep. Hey, and on top of that too, he had no choice either, because he was like, yo, Agamemnon. Yeah. This is he is not gonna let this go.
I was just about to say that.
No,
that's one of the first scenes.
He'll take their child.
Yep,
he just killed his.
Yep.
I mean, and how could
he just killed his.
You say he had a gun.
So
how could he not?
Right?
You say he had a gun when you seen him, right?
I'm just joking.
How could he not foresee that wasn't going to work out well in the marriage? Sacrificing your child for your own glory. I mean, he got his
favorable win.
He got the win.
Not even just for glory. for
Favorable.
favorable
We just need to make sure we
bro.
make it there.
That's
We
right.
need
He
to
didn't
make
even
sure
get a
to make it to
guarantee.
Troy.
Yeah.
He just
So
for favorable wins to get to Troy, bro. That's crazy work.
I'm
that's
not
true.
even killing her for help when we get there. We'll take care of that. Just get me
get me
on
there.
land.
Just
Yeah.
get me there.
wow. So that
He was
that's
even
a
accountable in
sacrifice.
his death. He was even
and-
accountable.
No
in
wonder
his death.
Clemestra, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
come on.
that was the accountability. You got your favorable wins, but you're going to be held accountable for them. At some
Right.
point.
Hey, what did Sin say? The gods require a sacrifice.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, that's I'm just reading the private chat. That's where I thought that was going. But that's definitely could be that situation, but we ain't gonna get into all that. But
You
Oh,
get
yeah.
you get the army, you get Troy, you get the glory, you get to wear the sick armor, you get the hot wife, you get bathed in oil when you get back, but the gods
Anointed.
require a sacrifice.
Anointed.
and he thought he already made the sacrifice. He did not really know that he was the sacrifice. in the
Yeah.
end.
Yeah, buddy. Did his
See,
men,
'cause he
did his
didn't have
men make
the-
it back with him?
Yeah, I was just about to say they didn't have that same journey back that
Right.
Odysseus and them
It
back,
was
because they went the
him
other
or
way.
them.
right?
Yeah.
Odysseus went the other way,
Yes.
right? He was like,
That's
yeah,
right.
like, yeah,
I've had enough of Agamemnon.
yeah. He's like, I'm not following him no more.
He's like,
He should have.
well, yeah, in that
Yeah, like,
situation, yeah.
Right? Yeah, in this
Humble.
situation. Well, actually, no, because he probably would have went home and just went straight in, and
Right,
wouldn't have learned.
went straight
right?
home, went in, balled out. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, because
Massive
the
hog from winning the war. Massive.
okay, we know he had the guilt, but if he doesn't kill or not kill, but damage the Cyclops the way he does, Poseidon isn't really pissed at him, is he?
But how you getting out?
No, I'm saying if they didn't go that way and they just went.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, like all that's avoided.
Avoid it totally.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it
I don't
would
know
have.
if he gets. I don't know if he gets punished. In this film, in the original story, maybe not, but in this film, he probably does because the original sin is breaking Zeus's law.
Yeah, so
I was just about to say
that's
it-
true. Yeah,
it probably would have just like he probably would have met the same fate or a similar fate as
Or-
Agamemnon, where it didn't have to be from Penelope, but it just could have been from like some Ithaca politics and
some
suitors that was, you know what I'm saying?
stabbed in the
introducing-
courtyard,
right,
by-
Introducing naval war to the world and like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
you know what I'm
fucking
saying?
cross-continental fucking takeover and shit like that, you know what I mean? And then done through trickery and whatever else, you know? So Agamemnon had to pay with his life, and Odysseus had to pay with his men and a third of his life.
Yeah, facts. And
What a motherfucker.
or what if he gets back, but he never gets cured of or come to the realization of the guilt. He just lives out in misery.
Exactly.
Because he did. I mean, he kind of had a happy ending considering what
Yeah.
he had to go through.
Because he actually learned like, hey, I have to go out west and go honor my men.
Yes.
Right, and it's
that
exile
fast.
regardless. It's exile
Yeah.
regardless.
Yes.
Yep.
So I mean, it seems like yes, there's they have to have sacrifices, and sometimes the accountability is not really what you thought it was going to be, But
Right.
he was a good guy, but it was war isn't a good situation. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
His-
he's
right.
upholding
People
what
don't-
he believes
hey, look.
his end of the bargain is.
yeah,
Yeah. Right.
War's
'Cause
necessary. War's necessary as much as anybody wants to act like it's not. It is a necessary evil. The shit is going to happen. Whether
Yep.
it's you trying to take somebody's shit or somebody trying to take your shit, like it's eventually going to happen. Eventually, you're going to run out of shit, and you're going to need somebody else's shit. And then if they don't want to give you their shit, then you guys are going to have to fight over it. Or maybe you guys all have shit, and then those other guys over there are like,
Hey,
we want that shit too. And
we
we think you should do our fucking work for us too. You know what I mean?
Right.
we feel like we've all come together and we feel like our society will move a lot faster and things will happen a lot smoother. We can probably get some fucking pyramids built around here on sand if we had slaves. What say ye? You know what I mean? Obviously, no. Well, we're gonna fucking fight.
Hilarious, man. But real quick though, because I do want to move forward a little bit, because I want to cover one more thing before we get to like the final ranking. Do you guys feel like some of the backlash has been justified? And once you guys all finished up with this part, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna drop my little part of the stream that I've been holding on to, and we can address Saiyan Ruler's comment from earlier about the race swapping and Ryan Gosling playing Black Panther that people seem to bring up all the time. But yeah, let's get into some of the backlash though. You know what? Let's go ahead and snake the situation. And Necron, go ahead and go right back in.
You know what?
Huh?
I want to start first because
go ahead, bro.
The other two gentlemen,
I thought you were on hold, bro. I ain't even gonna front. Like I thought.
No, you good. I haven't. They haven't really touched on this topic as deeply as we have, and me and you have. So I'll keep it real.
Absolutely, good point. In the end,
yeah,
you go first, then they'll go, and then I'll kind of finish it out with
for sure.
Bomb.
So it's gonna be real quick because one of you said something that really struck a chord with me, which is that I think it might have been Stino, was that not everybody's gonna come along this journey. Some people are just gonna be left behind, right? Not all the homies are gonna make it, and it's funny because I'm gonna put a pin in that thought for a second. The backlash being justified? Hell no, it wasn't. To answer the question. The backlash was ridiculous. And we've touched on this ad nauseum about why. So I'll let the other homies really dig into it. But I'm going to just say this in terms of the backlash. There's a few people that or a few accounts, rather, I'll say that I'm pretty disappointed in and how they've allowed this movie to make them seem bitter and weird. This movie has seemed to shed light and truths on certain people to the point that it's almost, it takes me back to that scene with Cersei where it's almost like the disguise has been taken off, so to speak, revealing certain aspects.
Into your disguises. But we've seen what you really are now. It's crazy. Nah, a few of them influencers been wilding, bro. I ain't even gonna front.
Facts, bro. A few influencers, a few accounts, a few people have been revealing themselves. It's pretty interesting that this movie has been the thing to do that. Of all the things in entertainment that we've covered, that we have given opinions on, reviewed, dissected, this movie, this is the one that shows that you're a pig. Crazy. So, to answer the question again, is the backlash justified? No, it's not. But I'm actually glad that there's backlash. So now I know what I'm looking at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this has been crazy, bro. This has been crazy. But I want to next let the homie Necron cook because when I talked to you, bro, you said something very interesting. I don't want you to say exactly what you said, but when you were talking about what somebody would have to be to not like this movie, just talk about that energy that you were feeling, right?
Mentally compromised? That one? That's what I thought. Like you got to be mentally compromised to really not like this movie and to go out and hate on it. You know, just to hate on it because in your mind you thought, oh, this movie's woke. You know, it's race swapping everyone in it. It's this woke crap that we always have to see now, and this and that, and blah blah blah. I mean, first rule of thumb is before you even think of something like that, you should see it. You know, so you will know what the hell you're talking about before you pick a hill to die on. At least know the subject. See the movie, then talk about it. Don't be gaslit by a couple reviewers or whatever podcast you watch or whatever, because that's a fatal mistake, right? Just the shit on something you hadn't even watched it yet or heard it yet or whatever the case. You should, if you're gonna go that hard on it, you should at least watch it, so you'll know what the hell you're talking about. So the backlash, you know, over the supposed race swapping and all that stuff, it's dumb. And I know some people just do it because they're trying to get clicks and this and that, because that's what their channels thrive on. They need to have that type of, you know, drama, energy, or whatever. What I mean, what I did, like, you know, after, like, you know, talking about all this and all that, and after I saw the movie, I did a simple Google search, dude. I mean, I know that's not the answer to everything. I get all that. I said, hey, Google, were there black people in ancient Greece? And it goes, yes, there was. They were probably not the majority of people, but they were definitely there. And you have to understand, I'm like, you know, paraphrasing, I don't remember, but if you Google it, it'll basically tell you race in that world wasn't considered like how race is considered in our world now. Which meaning is, if someone was black, they weren't thought of a lesser person or a lesser being in that culture.
Yeah,
they weren't even called black.
Yeah.
And you were dealing with the Moors at that time, and just trying to learn agriculture and math and shit, and how to grow some food.
Yeah, and you wanted people to trade with.
What's that stuff up there in the sky when you
Bro,
look at it?
I said, yo, the movie's been trying to tell y'all. It was in the Robin Hood movie with Kevin Costner.
Way back when, yeah.
Morgan Freeman's character was bringing shit over it, and they was like, yo, what is this shit?
Morgan Freeman's character's a Moor.
Yeah, he was a Moor.
He's a Moor.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, they're trying to tell you guys in these movies, subliminally, just like Nolan was, but I'll get to that in a second. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Necron. I want you to keep cooking, because I'm just glad we got a white guy saying this now, because all these panels has been full of black people, and people keep acting like we're tripping. So I'm just glad that I get to sit down and hashtag let Necron talk, because I've been feeling like I've been getting gaslit, like I'm tripping.
You and Leon, you know, what you guys brought to the table when you were talking about it was plausible argument. It wasn't like, oh, what the hell is this, you know? Like, no. If it's a plausible argument, then that means these things could have happened. Is it guaranteed, you know?
That's all we were saying.
You know, we don't know but it's plausible. So you have to be, I mean, if you're a grown-ass person, you can look at plausible events and think, it's plausible, you know, like this could be the scenario that happened. Do we know for sure? No, because we weren't there, you know, but it's definitely plausible, and it's recorded in history that, yes, you know, black people were in Greece. Shocker, you know. And I don't know why it's so hard for people to even fathom that, when it's literally, you can see the continent of Africa on certain days, right, from Greece, you know. Like,
it's crazy, bro.
Why would you not think that, you know, no, don't start this shit here. No, this I don't know.
What's one of the main themes of the movie? Long ship travel.
No shit.
Be a shame if a nigga hopped off a boat, wouldn't it?
Crazy,
so
you know why?
I think you know after looking at the facts and looking at the arguments, it's like, yes, just backlash.
Yeah, bro.
A lot of it's just
the blacklash.
Bullshit.
You know what I'm saying?
Blacklash.
The blacklash.
It's psyop bullshit, and don't fall for it, man. The movie's good, dude.
It's crazy, bro. And then once again, Necron, if you add up all of the elements that they tried to call woke, how long of the movie are we talking about?
Out of 100%, right, of the movie, me and you figured it was probably like 5% of the whole film.
It's 5.
You're tripping.
It's
your
less
10% max, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not even. I really don't want to hear 10%.
No. It's about it's somebody already counted it, and it's about like the entire screen time of Lupita and the entire screen time of
Elliot Page. Right.
Elliot Page is maybe a little over 5 minutes.
Crazy.
So it's ridiculous even.
And of a 3-hour movie.
What we talk about, dude?
The
whole Elliot Page situation is handled in the movie. If you saw it, it makes sense. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what.
Right.
Why
one
there.
an actor who looked like a young boy, so on and so forth. But you can't actually just go and get a young boy because you can't hide the fresh face of a young kid. This needs to still be like a relatively worked-in, grizzled soldier to a certain degree. You know what I mean? So just gonna show some age. We need to see some lines, and you know what I mean? Like all that shit still has to be present. These motherfuckers haven't eaten. They've been sitting on a fucking beach for 10 years.
But remember, if I remember correctly,
working a sword and a shield for 10 years.
He didn't really want to bring them at first.
Yeah, right.
But he was like, he's not gonna. But
the Academy Awards, they now have DEI quotas in order to be considered. Right. Did y'all know that?
Yeah, well, that's been brought up before. Yeah,
yep. And they tried to like, yeah,
you have to have them. There's a certain amount of this, certain amount of that, and whatever to even be considered, to even be nominated for some of these things. And like, what are you gonna do, man? These people live for this. This is like this is what I do. This is my movie. Not only
how you get your contract stuff too,
right?
Which also,
and not only that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say too, because I brought that up and I was asking, okay, if that is the thing that's happening, right? Like, why are we going after the filmmakers and not the institution that is instituting? Like rule, right?
Ding 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 ding. Because the institutions are paying the people that are going at the filmmakers.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes.
He said, "That's why." Crazy, right?
Ding 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 ding. It ain't too many other options. Who else would benefit from this thing?
So real quick, just to add this context, and I'll dip back out. We got approximately 10 minutes total if you add Travis Scott.
Yeah.
I just did the calculations just now. Literally, I just did it. We got
the
Lupita.
Man.
Exactly. We got Lupita. We got Elliot. We got Travis. Those are the things that people were complaining about in terms of quote-unquote wokeness. In total, you got approximately 10 minutes. Of a how long movie?
Imagine you're Odysseus.
Almost 3 hours, right?
Imagine you're Odysseus and you're on a bard search and you pull up in Africa and you see this young Travis Scott out there barring shit up, just fly as hell. You're like, oh, you're coming back with me.
Yeah, you're gonna bring these stories.
Crazy, bro. Nah, I'm gonna get to that in 1 second because Travis Scott's character might have been an ode to somebody else, and I'm gonna get back into that. But what were you saying?
I actually gotta go, y'all. I actually gotta run right now.
For sure, bro.
Yo,
hey,
I love y'all boys.
We appreciate you stopping through, man.
Cool seeing you, Stino.
Hey, appreciate you pulling up, bro.
100%, bro. 100%.
Yes, sir.
We gotta get this shit back going, bro. This shit was fun. I've been going for a little too long, bro.
Most definitely, bro. You already know. We're gonna get together real soon.
As always, shouts out to everybody in the chat. Me and the chat typically have a great relationship. Shouts out to y'all. You know I love y'all. I'll holla at your boy soon.
Yes, sir.
All right, bro.
Peace.
Later.
Hey.
Yeah.
Go ahead and wrap up the Necron about the backlash, and then I'll drop this bomb that I've been holding on to. You know what I'm saying?
The backlash is like totally. It's not justified. It was never justified, and those characters in the movie too. You know, it didn't take me out of it. I didn't like. I didn't think it didn't do anything. You know, it was just part of the movie. I went with it. You know, I didn't like go. Oh no, man, that's just a bridge too far. I didn't. I just if the movie's so damn good. Anything like that would take you out of the movie. Mentally compromised. It's just crazy. So that's my final thought.
Wow, man. Yeah, dude. And look, as we saw, you even had somebody come in the chat earlier. They was like, "Oh, but what if Ryan Gosling was playing Black Panther?" Right? You're here for this part, right, Leon? All right.
Most definitely.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure that everybody's present and accounted for. So look,
for sure.
There's been all this talk about race swapping and all this stuff. Like, hey man, like this stuff, you know, it's Greek, right? And we have these conversations, like our last stream, which I thought that we did a wonderful job of, you know, really just showing ancient Greek texts that spoke about the possibilities of Homer being Egyptian, right? Helen being Egyptian, possibly even Odysseus being dark-skinned and black, right? And all we were trying to say is that if these things are historically plausible, then the backlash is kind of dumb, right? That's all that we were saying. That's all that we were saying. And so we figured, hey, maybe if we show the text that people would understand, right? That, hey, maybe that they've been being lied to and these conversations aren't being had in genuine. But I've later found since then that maybe the text just didn't do enough, guys. It just didn't do enough. Sometimes you have to like show somebody something, right? And you know, you have to show them an example of what you mean. Now, everybody that's on the panel, you guys don't do this. Just chill. Okay? Stay put. But everybody in the chat, I want you guys and everybody watching along on Replay Crew, while I'm doing this, I want you guys to hop on Google and search up Pompeii, Odysseus, Palladion, Palladion. I want to get you guys' reaction to this picture from Pompeii. Y'all know about the famous Pompeii and when Pompeii fell. It fell a long time ago. Mm-hmm. This is in a museum in Spain, if I'm not mistaken. Odysseus is the one all the way to the right. Okay? And he has his best friend with him immediately to his left. And he's holding the Palladion. I want you guys to get a look at Odysseus. Does that look like Matt Damon to you guys?
I can confirm that does not look like Matt Damon.
Does that look like Matt Damon to you guys? Look at that. Cinemas said, dun, dun, dun.
That is funny.
Bro.
That's crazy.
So, the Black Panther swap.
Right? So actually, we tried to tell you. Now, look, once again, I'm not making this up. This guy go back and fucking time travel and leave this in Pompeii and go put this on fucking display. And this thing, his name is Odysseus in the painting. I told you what to search for. And I don't want to hear about, oh no, I mean, they just didn't know how to depict, fairer skin, because look to the left, right? We obviously know that there's like some contrast there between some of the skin colors, because that's Athena. Apex Lux, I want to start with you. After those conversations that we had, how does this strike you, bro?
There's no room for conjecture.
No room for
argument.
I told him, bro.
Man.
I told him.
And listen, again, we keep reiterating this. All we're saying is that there's room for the possibility that these characters can be adapted however the director and writer wants. It's not like this isn't a hard, fast, like this is like Superman and Batman. I always use them as examples for this. Batman is a white guy. Superman
is a white guy.
A being from outer space.
Oh, wait, no.
Looks like a white guy.
Who looks like a white guy? Facts.
White guy from outer space. Yeah.
Yes, bro.
Facts. A white man from outer space. So if someone were to cast Batman and Superman as not black, or excuse me, not white, I would understand backlash, conversation. I would understand all that. I would totally comprehend and even appreciate some of these conversations. But what we're saying is, this is not the case. There is no hard, fast rule for Odysseus and the rest of the characters of Homer's poems. There's no, he must be this. And if you stray away from this, then you must adhere to the fact that he was white, or no. It's, he might have been dark, he might have been brown, he might have been white, he might have been whatever. He might have been a bunch of shit. And a lot of it looks like Odysseus might have just been a brother in general. And all these years we've been told he's a white dude.
And I'm okay with all this time, bro. Crazy, right? What if that's the case? That would be crazy.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
Right? Wouldn't it be crazy?
Wouldn't that be? And I'm not even bothered by it. But here's the thing. It begs the question.
It's just funny.
If he is black, if Batman is originally supposed to be black, why are y'all stressing that he must be white? And I'm talking about the powers that be at this point.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If Odysseus is supposed to be black or dark, what? Why? Why is he not? Right? So, yeah. Again, we're not even saying he's got to be this or got to be that. But what we're saying is,
why?
Exactly. What we're saying, hey, when I say this next one, I need you to play this patent clip. And it's not even going to be nothing important. I'm just going to say what we're saying is,
somebody get these beggars out of here.
and I land. I'm gonna land on that. I like that right there. Somebody get these beggars out of here.
Wait, is that what I was supposed to do?
Facts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what we're saying. We're saying,
all right, cool.
Get these beggars out of here. They're begging for this man to be whatever the hell, white or whatever they want. Like, okay, bro, Odysseus is white on screen right now.
Bro, I need an explanation for this shit, bro.
You feel me?
I need an explanation for this shit, bro. Look, hey, I'm glad that you could cook on that. Necron. Okay, bro. I want your thoughts on this picture, bro. Cause like, bro. Time out. First of all, did I or did I not say that I had something?
You did. You basically said to me you had a conversation stopper.
I was like, bro. I'm tired.
What are you gonna say to this? You know,
this is the last stream I'm doing about this movie, bro. Like, this is. I'm glad that it went in this order too, because I think it naturally kind of needed to play up to it needed to play out like this. And now we're here, and you're looking at a black Odysseus, and you got to deal with this.
So, you know, you
don't come talking to me. Don't come talking to me.
A lot of you are upset, you know, supporting characters in the movie, you know, or you know, not what you wanted them to be. But did you not ever even come to think that the main character in the movie was a black dude? And what does that do to you? I don't know. I mean, you got pretty upset over other things, over a fucking movie, which is really funny. But society's gonna come down because, you know, it's just, look, dude, this is from fucking Pompeii. What kind of shit is that?
Yo, bro, hey.
I don't know what am I supposed to? It's from fucking Pompeii, bro. What do you want to say?
This shit is hanging up right now,
the artist
bro.
was blind.
Hey, nah, bro.
Man, come on, man.
Bro, it's the contrast. They didn't know how to, you know, showcase fairer skin back there, right? Obviously. And it's the soot, bro. The way that the soot sets in on certain people. And just where their skin is, right? Rather than just that.
Well, why didn't Athena get the same treatment?
I don't know, bro. But
okay.
these are questions that we're asking, and it's like,
I mean, you guys took a lot of heat from people just putting out a plausible argument. Well, this is a little more than plausible. This is kind of like what they call confirmation.
Well, I didn't paint this shit, bro. I didn't put
I'm not
up there.
No pun intended. White knighting for Leon and Sky. It's this. It's a fact. It's from fucking Pompeii, bro. That's like an ancient ass city, dude.
I'm like, bro. I thought the text was gonna be enough, but it wasn't, bro. It really wasn't. We needed but this is where we needed to land, right? Because I think now people can kind of understand, like, hey, these guys. Because look, what I expected from our audience and our community is that when people like Leon and myself are having these conversations, I'm just expecting a little bit of leeway.
Especially from your friends, yeah.
And on the people that watch, because we're not those kind of guys, right? Like, I've never showcased myself to be like hey, let's just start throwing black people in everything for the sake of throwing black people in everything. I've never been that kind of guy. I've never showcased to be that kind of guy. I am a fucking combat veteran. I'm about as meritocratic as you could find. Right? Like, I truly believe in, hey, whoever does the best work should get the job. And when we started the conversation, that's where we started the conversation from. Was like, hey, Lupita Nyong'o probably got the role because she's playing two different characters, and she played two characters in Us. Like, and I kind of sprinkled it in there, like, hey, maybe Christopher Nolan kind of did his research. I was like, I don't know, but he's a very meticulous guy. I don't think he would have just did something like that with no reference for anything.
It wouldn't have been done willy-nilly. No
right?
way.
Like, no, like, I'm like, there's no way. He's not that kind of guy to me. You could say whatever about your DEI fucking quotas. There's other characters she could have played. right? She could have played Calypso. What are we talking about? But no, so even he just had to put people in the movie because he was meeting some kind of quota. She didn't have to play who she played, right? No. So I'm like, hey, she could have played Athena, right? Like, doesn't matter. No, there are several places that he could have placed her, right? And I was like, hey, I think he's a meticulous kind of guy. And I'm like, hey, I really think that he probably did some research. I tried to just sprinkle that into the first stream. That wasn't enough. Then we have the follow-up stream where we show you ancient Greek texts that describe Homer as being Egyptian. Very plainly, very flat out, like not no, hey, and they don't sound surprised by it. They don't sound like they're tripping about it. It's just, hey, he's Egyptian. These are what the Egyptians look like. We all know, spoiler alert, they're black people. Like, it's fine. They were saying, hey, a whole lot of the Greek elite and philosophers were non-Greeks. There's another one. I think her name is like Sappho or something. Sappho is depicted as being black in the text, but when you see her in paintings and stuff and in other renditions, she's white, right? So this stuff goes on and it's fine, right? Like, but just the backlash and the gaslighting in this movie, it just reached all-time levels. And I'm glad that we're here now. And now we're ending this conversation in this stream. And I'm going to leave this up here until this damn stream is over. Now you got to stare at a black Odysseus from Pompeii. Told y'all to leave me alone, bro. I didn't, bro. Every time I talked about this movie, I thought it was going to be the last time. It was never enough. It's like, hey, man, like, I don't see why, you know, even some of these takes, just the conversations around them was crazy. Some of the comments under certain comments on my last video was crazy.
Yeah.
And it's like, look at what this shit breeds.
Some of the unnecessary passion towards pretty much 10 minutes of filmmaking is insane to me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like 10 minutes. I did the calculations just now. 10 minutes total with all three of those people film in 3 hours, bro.
This is how you lose your shit.
I would never have had this conversation or this part of the conversation as in-depth as we've been having these sort of conversations if not for the backlash. I wouldn't give a fuck about Elliot Page.
I wouldn't have cared either, bro.
Travis Scott.
I wouldn't have cared either.
Wouldn't have given fuck 2 fucks, 3 fucks. Wouldn't have given not a damn nothing if not for this ridiculous backlash. Like, people are typing paragraphs about people who are they don't even read on the scale in terms of the only person that you really even remember remotely deeply would be Lupita.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Helen. But if you're so taken aback by the presence of her, fear not. She's there for 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
You're gonna live.
If I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, you'll be all right.
Crazy.
You'll be all right.
Nah, I'm leaving this up there, bro. I'm not taking this down because I didn't even want to do this, but it's like this shit is crazy, man. Crazy. Like, the gaslighting and like acting as if, you know, And it just shows me personally, and it's like I've tried to have these conversations with care, because I understand that we're not all coming at this from like the same level of knowledge of like history and all this stuff, right? Like we have to understand a lot of things that we were taught are not true.
Correct.
Right? It's just not true. And so when you have people that understand certain things trying to have conversations, I think sometimes it's better to just kind of like let those conversations play out. You know what I mean? Because if not, we end up here, and now you got to stare at a black Odysseus, and now I'm about to start a campaign. You know what? Matter of fact, everything that I done said amazing about this movie, I take it all back, because Matt Damon should have been Idris Elba. For sure. I'm mad now. It should have been Idris. That's the hashtag. It should have been Idris.
So that answers the Black Panther question earlier. Right?
Yes, this answers the Black Ryan Gosling as Black Panther question. Yes. They race swap Matt Damon. yeah. Odysseus got race swapped. Now what? Are you mad? Okay, that's my next question. How mad are you that Odysseus could have possibly been race swapped? Because we don't like race swaps, right? Right? Hey, you know what's wild? See how his best friend and his closest homie is also his same color, right? What was his homie in the movie? That ain't even the same character, but it just, I don't know. This is wild, man. This is wild.
I don't know, man. I see like it looks like 3 black dudes in a white
one. Yo, look, man. I'm just saying, bro. Nah, Necron, that's the soot, bro. It's just the soot and the way it aged in certain places. And then it made it look like some of the features, like how it looked like he got the afro being held down by his cap, you know what I'm saying? Like,
bro, I just discovered some art that shows Achilles looking dark.
I didn't even want to get to that, bro. Listen, bro. I've been trying to not go the Achilles route, right? Because something else. Oh my God, I'm so glad that you brought that up, bro. The movie. You know what's so funny? The smoke that they have for this movie, but not for Troy, is ridiculous. Troy changed a bunch of shit too.
For sure.
Menelaus or whatever, like he doesn't die where he dies at in Troy.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's all type of, bro, I found out, look, this is what's so crazy. Did you know that Achilles' last great fight wasn't against Hector? Hector wasn't the last champion he fought. No, the last champion that Achilles fought was the king of Ethiopia named Memnon. Damn near fought him to a standstill. And then Achilles killed him. And then went on. And then he died after that. That was the last great battle that he had. Wasn't against Hector. So it's like, when we're having these conversations, you know, you can't, like, yo, look, just sometimes it's better to just leave it alone. Just let the homies talk. Let the guys on the panel talk. And hey, man, like, because now you got to look at a black Odysseus.
Achilles versus Memnon at the Trojan War. The African and Greek demigods battle for supremacy.
Whoo! Oh, yeah. That boy good. Yeah, you think I'm joking? You think I'm about to come on this panel and make up some shit after how y'all been talking to me? Huh? You think I'm not about to come in here and and not understand what I'm talking about when we having these discussions? This is wild.
That's how they treat us too. Like we're just coming over here blowing smoke, and it's like, bro, when have we ever done that? And those that know us, when have we ever done that? Crazy.
So yeah, just hey man, don't believe the gaslight. I mean,
Yeah.
Don't believe the hype or the gaslight.
It's same
Thing,
thing.
right
Bro.
there. Hey, I actually like that. Don't believe the gas hype. There you go. Cause y'all tripping, bro. They got motherfuckers tripping, dog.
And it's such a good movie.
About a movie that's bomb successful. Like, is literally so much shit that cinema needs right now. Got so many dope themes in it. Got a loyal ass woman, fucking, who's fierce in her own right.
That's what.
But still feminine, right?
Real quick. Loyalty is priceless. You cannot put a price on loyalty. That's all I'm gonna say.
Crazy, bro. Literally, man. Fatherhood, becoming a man. It's all types of shit in here. Like, and it's crazy the conversations that are surrounding this movie, man.
We got beggars.
Yeah.
Somebody get these beggars out of here. Bro, I saw this video. It was like what y'all heard versus what I heard. It was like y'all heard somebody get these beggars out of here. He said, I heard somebody get these lame ass, duck ass, sucker. The fuck out of here, yo. Nah, it was hilarious, bro. Nah, man, but I'm just saying, man, like, yo, when we're having these conversations, bro, sometimes, you know, for like lack of a better analogy, just treat it like the animals at the zoo. You know what I'm saying? Just go look, you know, be entertained and just keep it going. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, hey, man.
Don't poke the bear, you know?
Because bro, like, what are we doing? Because now I got to bring a black Odysseus from Pompeii that's still hanging up right now. His name is Bro, why is he named Odysseus in this painting? I need somebody to explain that to me. Why is that guy that looks nothing like Matt Damon right there? Look, I thought it was crazy because y'all seen that movie, Remember the Titans, right?
Been a while.
With Denzel Washington.
The football movie?
For sure.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I've met the coach. Saw him in real life. He looks nothing like Denzel Washington. He's like a light-skinned guy. I was like, oh, what the hell? Like, what? Right? So it's kind of like made it look a little different. I was like, but you know, you
They
get
do
it.
that.
Yeah, it's movie stuff, right? But does this look like Matt Damon? Does this look anything like Matt Damon? That's what I was getting to. I thought that was bad, right? But does this guy look like Matt Damon? Anybody?
No, he don't look like Matt Damon.
Not at all.
It looked like they should have got Idris Elba, which is funny because I said that in the first place.
They both got a gray beard, and that's about all I can kind of see in common.
Oh my God, bro. Crazy. But hey, look, what do I know? Right? What do I know at the end of the day? Let's give everybody's final ranking, and then we'll start wrapping this thing on up, bro, as everybody kind of get their final ranking.
Yeah, I'm running out of gas.
I'm already knowing, bro. I'm already knowing. But instead of like giving it on like a 1 to 10, I just want you guys to try to rate this as where you see this among Nolan's kind of pantheon of films.
Oh shit!
And Necron go, and we'll just kind of keep it going.
Trying to make me choose my favorite kid, huh? All right. This is
tough. Hey, if you can wiggle your way out of it, wiggle your way out of it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna put it up there with I'm a big Interstellar fan, so I'll put it there with Interstellar, Dark Knight. What is the second one? Rises or Dark Knight Returns?
No, just the Dark Knight.
The Dark Knight. Thank you. Yeah.
Wait, you said Rises? It's Rises. Dark Knight and Rises, right?
The second.
No. He was asking about the second one.
Oh yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, the Joker.
Yeah, you're right. It's
yeah,
nice.
because the first one's just called Batman Begins.
Batman Begins, Dark Knight
Rises. Yeah. I'm putting it up there with them. You know, I know a lot of people like Deception. That's a great too.
Inception.
Yeah, sorry. But I'm putting
it's for late over there on Texas time. You know what I'm saying? We understand, right?
Yeah. So that's my ranking. I'm not gonna give it a 1, 2, 3, but I'm putting it in that. That's my top tier from Nolan.
Okay, for sure. And what about you, Apex?
I'm gonna cheat a bit when it comes to like the Dark Knight trilogy and count that as one thing.
One thing. You can do that too. Yeah.
So Tenet is pretty high for me. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do like a top 5.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with, and I'm in no particular order. How about that? So
yeah, see, however you want to do it, you can do it.
All right, so top 5 Nolan flicks, no particular order. Tenet, Dark Knight trilogy. I'm counting that as 1. Tenet, Dark Knight trilogy. Oppenheimer.
I forgot. Yeah.
Inception.
This motherfucking Nolan, he don't miss.
I know.
He don't miss, bro. It's crazy. He don't miss. You know, and y'all thought he was gonna miss with this shit.
Facts, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
Culmination of his entire career, but
his fucking magnum opus.
This is like his most fantastical movie too, like crazy.
Yep. Last but not least, Inception, or I'm sorry, The Odyssey. So we got Tenet, Dark Knight trilogy, Oppenheimer, Inception, The Odyssey.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. To me, this is easily top 5 to 3 of Nolan's movies, man. Like easily, bro.
Yeah, easy. I think for me, this is probably gonna end up being top 3 easy for me, man. I think that it's funny because we're getting to the point now, bro, and I hate to say this, but I have to start being honest. I think I'm about to start pushing the Dark Knight movies out of his top 3, bro. I'm serious. Like,
nah, I feel you. That's why I cheated and put it in
bro.
As
no,
one.
like it's crazy, bro. No, I mean like the series. Like he's getting to that point, bro. Because like, look, Interstellar, like what Necron was saying, Tenet. I think, and this is like barely edging Oppenheimer for me. I think that's like my top 3 now, bro. In no particular order. It's Tenet, Interstellar, and probably this, man. Bruh, this guy, man. Like, I've always said this. Christopher Nolan and Zack Snyder are like the 2 people that have been, in my opinion, because like James Cameron pushes things forward in terms of like technology, right? But I've always said that Nolan trailblazes like the like he pushes the boundaries of filmmaking and just like what he's able to do in terms of like scale and shooting all of these things practically and all of that stuff, right? And I think that so just he pushes forward just so much of just the entire medium, whereas I think that creatively Zach pushes forward the other side of filmmaking just as importantly. So they're two very different directors, but I think that they're equally needed for Hollywood right now, man. And the more that I see these guys like push their own boundaries more and more, it's just becoming a, because like we're at a point, because like look, think about this. He made a 3-hour movie about making a bomb.
And it was interesting, sexy, romantic.
Crazy.
Like, how do you do that? Right? And then he does this, which is, I think this is like probably the greatest achievement in filmmaking, in like doing some shit like this and making it look real. I mean, that was insane.
Super real.
Right? Like, that was insane. You know? And I don't know, man. I'm really loving what he's doing, man. Like, I'm really, really loving what he's doing. And I'm just very glad that, you know, he's able to get to do this stuff and to show and prove why he should be where he is right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did all that make sense? I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I be rambling.
Most definitely.
You know what I mean?
It
No, it made sense. He
Yeah,
just
bro.
proved to us why he's revered. This movie.
Yeah, man. Bro,
This
it's
is
like,
why.
dude, like we're getting into spooky territory with this guy now. And now he's probably gonna end up doing a horror movie next. And you can kind of tell because like he's talking about it now. Yeah, because he's talking about it now. And then like you see what he did in this, and it's like, if this motherfucker does a horror movie, like what does that even look like? Right? Because look, even
Make
with
sure
Zach,
you're not
right?
home
Like,
alone that night, because
Yeah.
it's gonna be spooky.
bro, that's why I've been loving it. Even with Zach jumping in all these different genres, right? Like they're able to work in all these different genres and make dope shit. And I'm just here for it, man. I'm just here for it. And nah, any like last words, man, as we kind of wrap this thing on up, Necron.
I don't have much to say. I just want to say, time reveals all posers. That's my last thing.
That's crazy, bro. Hey, I appreciate you coming on and talking about this shit, bro. This was like a dope conversation, and I enjoyed having it with you, bro.
Thanks,
you know what I
man.
mean?
No problem.
You
was
really
fun.
added a whole lot. And thank you for letting us know that we ain't been tripping, bro. Because, you know, I'm like, dog, I thought we was handling these conversations with care. And we try to. We try not to be disrespectful. You know what I mean? And like all that, bro.
No.
Right?
And yeah, anyone that, like, would come at Sky and Leon as like their argument about you two, that they're woke, you know, baiting or whatever they would want to call it. That's the most ridiculous shit ever. They obviously don't watch the channel, because that's totally completely opposite of what goes on over here.
Crazy, man. But yeah, we definitely appreciate you, big dog, and thanks for adding so much to this conversation. What about you, Apex Lux? What's your final thoughts, bro?
Well, I think this is a great stream overall, and I'm glad we were able to dive back into this film. And I think this was a great revelation, you know, for those who are still kind of floundering about this portion of the entire conversation. And, you know, Happy to have this kind of a conversation with you, the homie Stino, Necron. And I urge everybody, go see the Odyssey, man. Go see cinema, dude, and get out of the house more and just go watch movies, man. Go to the
It
theater.
is worth it. Yep.
Yeah, the cinematic experience is alive and well, and I'm happy to be a part of it, man. And also, lastly, I ain't trying to hear no more conversations about this particular topic.
Oh yeah,
I'm
nah,
good.
I'm done.
I
After
need
this,
you people
I'm
to
done.
go do research and go read a book or something, because y'all bugging.
After
Y'all
this,
bugging.
bro, I'm done.
This is crazy at this point. Like, what are we even talking about? Ryan Gosling, if you don't get the hell out of here. But anyways, yeah, those are my final thoughts on that.
Man, bringing meme conversations in here. This is crazy, bro. Anyway, I appreciate you coming on too, bro. Yeah, this was super
For
dope.
sure.
You know, yeah, this will be my last time talking about this movie. So, I'm just glad that we got to have these kind of conversations. And honestly, I'm glad that it played out this way, because I'm really glad that we ended here on this picture. It really warms my heart, bro. Because, like, you know, I was kind of telling the homies, I was like, "Hey, y'all, I found something," and I didn't show them. I was like, I don't want y'all to see it. I'm gonna show y'all on stream, and I knew it was gonna trip y'all out. So it was for sure. Appreciate you fellas, man, and I appreciate this chat for staying up and locking in with us this whole time. I appreciate everybody that's on replay crew, and I appreciate everybody that went out and saw cinema and didn't let crazy conversations and weird backlash stop you guys from going to go enjoy that movie. Because I'm about to go see that shit a couple more times, bro. I gotta do 40X now.
That's definitely easy multi-view movie.
yeah, bro, that shit is tough, bro. Tough, but yeah, man, we about to get on out of here. I appreciate you guys, and we'll catch y'all next time. Peace.
Bang.